thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
Welcome everybody to the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. We are here in the beautiful location of Dakhla, Morocco for the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup. Our GKA Kite World Tour has 4 disciplines. We have the Kite-Surf discipline, we have the Big Air discipline, the Hydrofoil Freestyle discipline, and the Twin Tip Freestyle discipline. The name of the game down here in Dakhla is Waves, and I can tell you one thing, the waves are pumping this year. Already it's about 3 to 4 foot, but we will get into that in a few minutes. This location was the place that we crowned our 2 world champions last year. James Carew and Perry Roberts were on fire here. They were hacking. You can see some of those images. The smile says it all. The smile says it all. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. There we can see James Carew, who took it out in the early rounds of the competition. And then this beautiful young lady here, Perry Roberts, also. Australia was on fire. What are we going to see this year? We are definitely soon going to find out. Once again, it is the first day of competition. We have had the trials of the Moroccan riders to see who is going to go in to this World Cup event. But to tell us a little bit about what is happening down on the beach, we're going to go with our beach commentator, Leon Dredge.
Cheers, Joe. Thanks for that. So I'm down on the beach here at Westpoint, Dakhla, and like you said, the waves are pumping. The wind this morning was a little bit light, but as the afternoon has come up, the waves and the wind have both increased. High tide was about an hour ago. The water's now pushing back out. The waves are getting bigger. As you said, we've got a lovely right-hand brake here, which gives all the riders plenty of options to put in numerous turns. We're hoping to see some big, big scores. And right now, before we get into Heat 1 of the competition, we're going to throw it back to last year, where James Carew and Perry Roberts were crowned world champions in our highlight video.
Final day of competition here, and we almost got all the way through. Started off in the afternoon with the men. We had to wait until about 4 o'clock until that wind started to come through. The main final, Ayrton Cosolino versus Pedro Matos. Ayrton starting off early, playing the Brazilian game, rode the waves on the inside, kept himself busy, even got a little bit of a handle pass, mixing it up in those marginal conditions. Pedro got a good way to start off, and then he waited until the closing seconds of the heat to get the last one. He needed a 7.94 if he was going to get past Ayrton, and he came out with a 7.4. So close, but it is Ayrton Cosolino taking the win here in Dakhla. moving on into the mini-final, two duotone riders, James Carew, our new world champion, and Sebastian Ribeiro back on tour. Any heat in between these two riders is going to be neck and neck. Sebastian Ribeiro starting off early, getting a couple of big scores, and you could see he was in the moment, he was loose, he was flowing, and his surfing style was coming down the line. James Carew got a good one all the way from the back of the competition area, and then once again, similar scenario as we had with Pedro, waited to that final wave. He needed an 8.9 something if he was going to overtake Seb, who had the lead, and unfortunately came up with an 8.5. This is how close it is in these heats, so congratulations Sebastian Ribeiro in third position and James Carew in fourth.
Well, it's great to be on fourth, but man, I'm gonna go to the podium.
Woo! On the women's side, we moved up to the semi-finals. Starting off on the water, we had Catarina Edin was going up against the Brazilian Marcela Witt. It was quite marginal conditions out there, but it was the backside riding from the Brazilian that gained her a place into the finals. Then we moved on to semi-final number 2 in between Capucine Delanois and Perry Roberts. Wind started to drop mid-heat, and unfortunately we had to go onto an abandonment. Then suddenly everybody started to pack up their stuff, but Dakhla was not ending. It was not ready to finish. Wind came back and we were able to continue through, and Capucine Delanois, with the biggest combined score of the competition, made it through to that final. Starting off the final in between Marcela Witt and Capucine Delanois, it was almost dark. We went as far as we could, but unfortunately there was just not enough time, and it went completely pitch black, meaning that for the GK Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla, in third position we have Joanna Catarina Edin and Perry Roberts, and in combined first position we have Capucine Delanois and Marcela Witt. And there we have it. So welcome one more time to the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla of the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour. What a beautiful location to come and look at some of those waves that are starting to line up and filter through. Tide is coming up and we can see some of the little sections starting to make their way, and let's not forget there's 3 wave sections. There's a section all the way on the top that you can see out the back there, a little kind of inside roller. Then it comes to a middle section, which is the hollower section of this wave, and then makes it all the way down here to the shore right in front of the live booth, where we will see the white in their eyes, and they will throw a couple of very nice schmackers, very nice hits. That is pretty much the competition area that we have out there on the water. And at the moment we are just rounding off with the final of the qualifiers, where we will see who are going to be our top Moroccan riders to enter the water. But heat number 1 of the World Cup will be between Gabriel Benetton from Brazil, Luke Millard from Australia, and Keldon Lopez from Cape Verde. Gabriel Benetton won and took out a few of the big riders in the Qatar Airways Big Air World Championship that we had in Tarifa in the summer. Luke Millard, a veteran on tour, coming back. We haven't seen him for a while. Great to see him coming down here to the beach. And then Kelton Lopez, Mr. Stylemeister from down in Cape Verde. Very powerful, laid-back style, this young Cape Verdean. I'm really looking forward to seeing him in the waves. He's been spending a lot of time in Portugal, and I reckon we're going to be seeing some very good things coming at him. So what a way to start off. What a way to put the old green light on this competition. As I just heard the buzzer, we're just waiting to see who are going to be our top Moroccan athletes to come in to the World Cup competition, and we will be starting with that heat number 1. And we can start to see some of the vibe down here on the beach. All the riders getting ready. Everybody starting to get the mojo together. First day of the competition, the first kite surf event of the season. And conditions, I tell you one thing, could not be better. It's about 3 to 4 foot at the moment. There's an occasional shoulder-high wave coming through. And from what the forecast says and what some of the local riders are saying is that it is going to get bigger. So there we can see on our screen, those are our 3
riders. So Gabriel Benetton, Luc Millard, and Kelton Lopez will be out on the water next. We have about 5 minutes to go to the start of this first heat. And what a way to start off. Great winds, great waves, and I have a feeling this is going to be one for the history books. Let's not forget, last year, James Carew and Perry Roberts took the World Championship at this event. And then Ayrton Cosolino taking the win of the event. He's hungry, few times world champion, also Mr. Cosolino, and wants to get that title once again. I can talking to him. He's got the hunger, he's got the fire, or the fuego, as we would say. And looking forward to seeing him put in some moves down here in Dakhla. Then on the ladies' side, we had a joint first in between Capucine Delanoy and Marcella Voigt. Capucine Delanoy, our young French superstar. She is one of the most talented strapless freestyle athletes we have on the women's fleet. And now I know she has been training a lot in the waves. Looking forward to seeing what she can bring to the table. Marcella Voigt, our superstar from Brazil, has her own TV show out over there and always has a smile on her face. Also a very talented surfer, and looking forward to see what she has to bring to the table, as there is going to be a battle. But there are also a lot of other women athletes that have made their way over here to Dakhla. So it is definitely going to be a fight to the end. It ain't going to be over until the buzzer. And there we can see the smile from some of our Moroccan athletes as they are just waiting for those final results. Who is going to be making their way through to the World Cup? We will soon find out.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight, to flying passengers to hundreds of destinations around the globe. We launched our first premium terminal dedicated to first and business class passengers and opened the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport. In 2017, we broke the record for the longest commercial flight with 9,032 miles flown, and delivered unforgettable experiences to our passengers on board and on the ground. Reuniting millions of families during the pandemic. You're the reason we go above and beyond. And you've helped us become the world's best airline, a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
And there you can see some of those waves starting to roll in all the way up from this beautiful right-hander off of the Westpoint Hotel. That is our official hotel partner up there on the right-hand side. You can pretty much see the waves from the shower. I'm telling you, it does not get much better than this for the wave event. And also a lot of the riders really like this wave because it is a playful one. It has 3 sections, a little hollow section in the middle to get some more vertical turns. And then the shore break down here allows for some floaters, some airs, some spins, some turns, and some hacks. This is what we're looking for. We are looking for the most complete kite surfer on the planet. The athlete that can throw it down in the good, the medium, the bad, and the even worse. You got to be good at everything if you want to be on top of that overall podium. And we are definitely going to see who is going to be our world champion this year. First event of the season, and everybody is hungry. Had a chat with a few athletes, and pretty much the general consensus is they've had a long time to train. They are very happy that they have conditions here where pretty much it is they are going to be able to prove themselves down here in the desert. And who is going to be taking those crown jewels home, we will find out, as we are going to be here until the 2nd of October. And who is going to be our champions here for the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup, Dakhla, Morocco. It's a mic drop right there. That was solid.
thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight, to flying passengers to hundreds of destinations around the globe. We launched our first premium terminal dedicated to first and business class passengers and opened the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport. In 2017, we broke the record for the longest commercial flight with 9,032 miles flown, and delivered unforgettable experiences to our passengers on board and on the ground, reuniting millions of families during the pandemic. You're the reason we go above and beyond, and you've helped us become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
Tiene mierda, ¿eh?
I'm going like this to him because he doesn't know I want to start the talk. And there we can see our Moroccan athletes just waiting who is going to be in the World Championship, in the World Cup. We will have to find out and see what is going to happen. There we can see the beautiful location one more time. Welcome to the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup, Dakhla 2022. And welcome everybody as we are going in sequence for heat number 1 of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup Dakhla 2022. Welcome to this beautiful location on the Western Sahara. And I can tell you one thing, just look at those waves. It's about 2 to 3 foot, an occasional 4-foot set coming in, but just look how it is peeling off from that right-hand point in front of the Westpoint Hotel. Here we can see the athletes, the gladiators, our riders that are going to be going into round 1, heat number 1. From Brazil, we have Gabriel Benetton, who put on an absolute insane show over at the Qatar Airways Big Air World Championship that we had in Tarifa in the summer. Luke Millard from Australia is a veteran on our tour. He hasn't been on tour for a couple of years, but I can tell you one thing, this guy can throw some turns down the ocean. Rodeo rider, looking forward to seeing him on the water. And here we have Kelton Lopez, Mr. Stylmeister himself, from Cape Verde. A very powerful and laid and floaty style. Smooth all the way through the waves. Going to look forward to seeing him on the water. That is our lineup. Those are our athletes. Let's jump right into it as we're going to be starting very shortly. Guys, Wisan, live studio. I need everybody to move away. Okay, please? But everybody, okay? And we are just waiting for our athletes to start off. Graphics are wrong. It's 15 minutes and it says 14. Tell them, please, mate. So let's have a little info on what is going to be happening. This is a 100% wave event. What are we looking for? We are looking for the flow, connecting moves, joining it together, linking sections, and just having the flow and the style, hitting the wave in the sweet spot, and really being able to show that pure surfing style. The heat duration is going to be 15 minutes with a 3-minute transition period. We have 12 waves, with the top 2 waves are going to be counting, and our judges looking to dot all the I's and cross all the T's to give the riders the extra love. And let's see who is going to be going through to the next round. A big heat coming up. Heat number 1 of the competition. All right. So we are a go. Here we can see Luke Millard from Australia rocking up a little bit of a cap there as well and starting to come down. Look at the conditions that we have here in Dakhla right now. So first wave out there already on the water. And let's see how Luke Millard is going to be scored for that. I can also see in the background the core rider, Gabrielle Benetton. Also had a little wave. We'll hopefully be able to get a recap of that one. But there we can see our beautiful location for the first event of the kitesurf discipline here of the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour. And all of our athletes already starting in there. So it looks like Gabrielle Benetton with a 4.67 and Luke Millard with a 3.63 for that last wave. Still waiting for Kelton Lopez to start to get together and start to get a wave. And if I can see just a little bit out of my booth, because I can tell you one thing, the office window views that we have here at the live stream, it does not get any better. Nice little bit of the Moroccan tea over here. I can see the riders throwing down and ripping right in front of us all the way from the point. And we are just waiting for Kelton Lopez, who is all the way up on the right-hand side, to come onto our screen and see him catch his first wave. There we can see that is Luke Millard making his way out. And Javi, let's have a look at the rider on the right-hand side next to the Westpoint Hotel. And there we have Kelton Lopez making his way down, as it looks like there might be a little bit of a set coming through, as he is still yet to score a wave. Calm, cool, and collected, making sure he knows where he is, what he's doing, and how he's going to do it, as it is a 15-minute heat. And once again, they can ride 12 waves in total. And it's the top 2 scores, top 2 waves, so The 20.00 would be the perfect score. Are we going to see a GOAT at this competition? But at the moment, it is the Brazilian, Gabriel Benetton, in the lead. And we can see all of the athletes making their way out to the back and trying to find that little section. So let's have a little word about Gabriel Benetton. So Gabriel Benetton, 18 years of age, started kiting when he was 14, and I can tell you this kid rips already. He is the Vice GKA Big Air Kite-Surf World Champion and the Under-19 GKA Youth Kite-Surf World Champion in 2022. He comes out of Rancho de Peixe in Brazil, and a very, very talented strapless freestyle athlete. We can see Kelton just trying to drop in on the wave there, just unfortunately not getting one of the set waves. Let's not forget, wave selection is going to be very crucial here. Going back to Gabriel, this is going to be the first appearance he has had here in Dakhla, and it looks like he's loving the conditions so far, already leading his heat. And he really likes the mix. One of the things I like about this athlete, he's very complete. He likes the wave, he likes the freestyle, and he likes to mix it up. So Dakhla is definitely one of those locations where you are able to join the, let's say, freestyle moves together with the surfing sections. And now I can see out of the corner of my eye, it does look like, yes, there he is, coming in onto your screen. That is Luke Millard about to drop in on yet another wave. A little bit of a foam check there. Let's continue on with that rider. Yeah, there we go. Hack turning back, making his way down. Now he's already in the middle section here of this wave. This is where the wave starts to get a little bit hollower and starts to jack up a little bit more. You can see the athletes keeping themselves to the foam wall, making sure that they are as close as possible to that section. Good little whack there, making the most of this small wave. That's going to be yet another good wave for Luke Millard. So that's probably going to take him into first position, as he is the only rider yet to score 2 waves. And just trying to see who that one is out the back. So yeah, that is Gabriel Benetton, your current second position, but he has the highest scoring wave so far. Core rider out of Brazil, 18 years of age. Going up, okay, nice little backside. So he is riding backside over here. So we have a goofy rider on our hands. Nice little cutback turn, making sure he stays close to that foam ball so they can hit those vertical sections. Making sure that he goes up. Okay, boom, off the top, a little bit of a float there, coming down. Good timing, coordination. Once again, loads of spray, getting those fins loose. Nice little cutback turn. Really like the style. Open shoulder, gets those hips around, comes down one more time. That is going to be yet another good score for the young Brazilian. And it is with moves like this. Bada boom! Off the top and releasing. This is what we want to see, but hey, the best of the best out here. Down in the desert, Dakhla for the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup. What a way to start off the morning. It is picture perfect out there. So as it stands at the moment, let's have a little look at this general scores. Waiting for that second score of Gabriel Benetton to come in to see if he can regain that lead. And at the moment, yes, he can. A 4.73, so very consistent out there, the young Brazilian, 9.23 total. At the moment, Luke Millard has a 2.40 as his backup and a 3.63 as his best score. And Kelton Lopez still yet to land on another wave, but it does look like he is going to take off on one here. So let's have a look at what the Cape Verdean is going to be coming with us. Used to this backhand riding, as let's not forget Punta Preta, one of the best right-handers also in the world, and these guys are used to riding that down in the island of Sao, Cabo Verde. Coming down, let's have a look. Okay, nice, very big, long, open turn. A little bit too far down on the shoulder at the moment, not quite hitting it in the sweet spot. That was better, but he's going to go over the top, get hit. Keeping it together. I'll tell you one thing, this boy's got cat moves to try and land and get up from that one, but that is not going to be the wave score he is looking for. And if I'm not mistaken, it looks like we've got some more action out the back, as we can see Luke Millard about to drop in on another section. Okay, Kelton starting to get a little grabby at some of these inside waves, as he knows he is in a sticky situation at the moment in last position of this heat. Here we have awaiting, as we can see, I can see out of the corner of my booth, the riders starting to get and look at some of the waves out there. As I can see a set coming through, there is some motion in the ocean, there is some energy out there. Day number 1 down here in Dakhla, just past 4 o'clock in the afternoon local time, or definitely almost 5 o'clock somewhere, and we can start to see some of our athletes in this first round of competition. Sunset is around 8 o'clock down here in Dakhla, so I presume we'll be riding until that golden hour. And one of the things, this location has the sunsets right in front of the competition hour. And when that happens, it gets nice goldy golds, and you get those beautiful orange colors coming through the back of the waves. And that is what we will be looking for. And you can check out all of the images, all of the action on all our social media channels. Make sure to tune in live, throw some things on the comments if you want to ask riders different things. If you want specific information, we will try to keep up to date as much as possible. I'm always open to hear what you guys and girls think about the comp, think about the conditions, think about the athletes. And we will have a very good start to the first event of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup. And here we can see, once again, Kelton Lopez. He was looking for something, but not quite finding, as it does look like we have a little low moment at the moment out there in the water. All the way out the top, I can see out of the corner of my booth, it does look like Gabriel Benetton will have priority, as he is right up on the Westpoint. And Kelton here, front and center on your screen, looks like he's going to try and maybe take off on one of these midsection, as he knows he is currently in 3rd position. And he would need a 3.47 if he wants to advance. And a beautiful wave here from Gabriel Benetton. Look at that, starting to go off the top. Already a couple good hits, nice and vertical. Now this is where this wave starts to flatten out. The riders will stay on the foam board and be able to get a couple of turns. This young rider means business here. Boom and a bang. You can also see Luke Miller there in the back, starting to go along. Young Brazilian, a very good wave one more time. And Javi, let's change to Luke Millard, who is coming on the right-hander at the moment. And I can just get the info in my ear. We're going to have a replay here. Beautiful wave from Gabriel Benetton. And after this replay, we will also see the wave from Luke Millard. Both of the riders being able to get some action out there. Very nice turns there. Rail to rail. That is what the judges are looking for. And there you can see, at the moment, it is Gabriel Benetton from Brazil who is your current leader. Here we have Kelton Lopez. A little bit desperate out there at the moment, as he knows he has not been able to get many good waves. And he is at the bottom of the scoring card. But it ain't over until it's over. He has 1.5 minutes left. Is that going to be enough time to be able to get another set wave? It is going to be very difficult, but we will soon find out as all of our athletes are trying to get as many numbers up on the scorecards. And there you can see, unfortunately, that is a knee-high wave. Wave selection is going to be key here. If the athletes can pick off the good set waves and perform on them, they are definitely going to be highly scored. Selection is definitely one of the key foundation points of our sport. And if you can make that happen, you are definitely going to get the extra kudos, the shackers, the smiles, and the love from our judges. So just under 40 seconds left of this heat number 1. Let's have a little look and see who is going to be coming up. So next up, we are going to have Bentajar Araf from Morocco, Artur Moraes from Brazil, and Hendrik Lopez representing Switzerland out of Cape Verde. Those are going to be the next 3 athletes that are going to be coming our way, and we can see all of the athletes making their way back up to the competition area. But unfortunately, I think they are not going to have enough time to get on another wave. So unless anything drastic happens in the next 10 seconds, it does look like the winner of this heat is going to be Gabriel Benetton coming out of Brazil. And there it is, there it is. It is official. Gabriel Benetton is your winner of heat number 1. Beautiful conditions in Dakhla at the moment. The athletes are out on 10 and 12 meter kites. We're seeing quite a few of the Alula kites, that new material that is revolutionizing our industry, where you could go out in lighter conditions with a smaller kite. It is pretty much half the amount of the weight of a usual Dakhla kites, so they can take a smaller size in less wind, be able to create more apparent wind, and be able to get those turns easier and more powerful. So we're seeing quite a few of those Lula kites here at this competition. Obviously, the athletes have seen the conditions and know it was going to be lighter in the morning, and as the afternoons come up, the wind does start to pick up here. And we are just waiting to see as we are going to be coming through to the next heat. Bentajar Araf, Artur Moraes, and Hendrik Lopez, heat number 2 of the competition. And let's have a little look at this action replay highlight video of that heat number 1, where we could definitely see the young 18-year-old Brazilian athlete Gabriel Benetton has thrown down and taking the heat with some of the best moves, and very nice to see him advancing through. You can see him all going backside goofy rider. Very similar to styles to the likes of Machu Lopez, one of my favorite backhand riders, Mr. Tropical himself. He has been hanging out in Mauritius for about the last month and a half, and had a little chat with him before, and he is very amped for this competition. All of the athletes, what they do want is they want the conditions to be good. They want there to be waves and to be good wind, so it all does depend on the athlete, and man, has Dakhla delivered at the moment. So waiting for the next athletes to go out onto the water, and there we can see our beautiful competition area right in front of us, the location of Dakhla, Morocco, right in front of the Westpoint Hotel.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience, and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
And welcome back, everybody. And there you can see the waves are starting to come in and the action is going out there. Winning that last heat, we have out of Brazil the youngster Gabriel Benetton, and I can see that Liam is ready to get an interview. Liam, how is that guy feeling? We know he's good on the strapless freestyle, being the vice world champion. What's he like in the waves?
Gabriel, we're in Dakhla, Morocco. The conditions are looking good. You won your first heat. How does it feel? How's being back in Morocco?
Yeah, first time here in Morocco. The conditions are just incredible. I was out like on an 11-meter kite. The wind is perfect, the waves are bumping, and yeah, I'm stoked to make my first heat.
That's great. And you're obviously a kite champion at the moment for the juniors, for the youth side of things. How do you think that competition experience is going to help you progress with the big guys out here for this week?
Yeah, for sure. A couple weeks back, I won in Tarifa, and now stoked to be back in a competition and feeling good for this one. So let's go.
That's great. Well, wind looks good. Good luck in the competition. We'll catch up.
Say something for the people. Pai, mãe, te amo. That's it.
There he is, Gabriel, absolutely stoked. We'll see him later on in the day, but for now, we move on to the next heat.
Thank you, Liam. Pai, mãe, te amo, saying hi and sending the love back home to his mum and dad. That is what we want to see. And what a good way to start off the competition for this young man. Now going back on to the water. But before we get into the action, let's just take a short break.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight, to flying passengers to hundreds of destinations around the globe. We launched our first premium terminal dedicated to first and business class passengers and opened the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport. In 2017, we broke the record for the longest commercial flight with 9,032 miles flown, and delivered unforgettable experiences to our passengers on board and on the ground, reuniting millions of families during the pandemic. You're the reason we go above and beyond, and you've helped us become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
To day number 1 of the competition out there on the water now. Let's have a little look at who is in heat number 2 here at the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Dakhla. We have Bentajar Ashraf, Artur Morais, and Hendrik Lopez. Those are the 3 athletes that are here in this heat number 2. Javi, let's bring up the heat graphic and let's have a look at their faces. Okay, so we're going to go straight into the action. We'll get that graphic in a second for you guys and girls back at the home. But at the moment, it does look like Hendrik Lopez is leading this heat. And Bentajar, we know him from last year, a very talented athlete. Let's see who is going to be in first position. Just waiting for some numbers and for some results to be coming in. And there we can see, so Artur Morais just overtaken there after that last wave, a 5.23. Second position, we have Hendrik Lopez with 5.20. And in third position, we have Bentajar Araf, the local Moroccan rider who has been throwing down. We know him from last year and looking forward to seeing him with some more action out there on the water. Beautiful day here in Dakhla. 3 to 4 foot waves, and the action is starting to pump out there. Heat number 2 of the competition. If you are just joining us, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are all over the world. And remember to share the world and share the word that we have our event is live, and we have the best of the best athletes throwing it down here in this 100% wave event. The first event of the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour Kite Surf discipline. And there we can see it looking like a very nice set is starting to come our way. And we can see there are some riders on the right-hand side of the competition area. Who is going to be the athlete? There we can see Hendrik Lopez making his way out and just waiting for him to get past that shore break, as he is in second position at the moment. And there we can see also the other riders having a little look to see who is going to be taking off on the next wave. And here we can see Hendrik Lopez jumping in and dropping. Oh, big bang off the top, nice and lined up. Comes in again. Oh, the Cape Verdean representing Switzerland all the way, making himself down. Getting a couple of very nice turns here for the start of this wave, but getting caught up in the foam ball at the moment. That is going to be a shame, because that is going to cost him some points out there, and we're going to have to see, as it does look like Artur is out the back and about to join in on the action. Okay, so both the athletes out the back, waiting to see if another set came through. That was a very big wave there from Hendrik Lopez, just waiting to see if a score is coming down. And Artur Morais, the Brazilian local from Taiba, where we will be going in November for the final of the GKA Kite-Surf World Tour of the kitesurfing discipline. We will be over there in Taiba to see who is going to be the best of the best on the overall. But at the moment, both of the action out there, and it looks like Bentajar, I can see out of the front of my booth, is starting to make his way back out. It looks like he had a kite problem, so he has 5 minutes, and at the moment he has a decent score at 2.40, but he needs to start to up the game if he wants to be making his way through, as he only has 5 minutes left in this 15-minute heat. Okay, so Hendrik Lopez starting to get into the flow here now, as it looks like everything is starting to slot in. We do apologize for a couple of those technical errors, but it looks like we are now in business. Here we have Hendrik Lopez, who's coming down to the middle section as he knows he needs a little nugget if he wants to take the lead. He would need, at the moment, a 3.44 to be able to go into first position. But it looks like he's just using the whitewater to try and get a little bit further upwind. And it does look like out of the back, the yellow kite, the Nash rider, Artur Moraes, the local from Taiba, is circling like a shark out there, waiting for a set wave to come in as he wants to improve on his backup score of a 2.07, as he already has a very decent score, a 5.23. Just coming up on 3 minutes left of this second heat of the competition. Let's have a little look and see who is going to be coming up next. So coming up next in heat number 3, we will have Clement Rosselló. This guy is a very complete athlete. He surfs, he sups, he wing foils, he kite surfs. He is a very, very talented young waterman coming out of France, and looking forward to seeing him out there. Then we have Med Ali Bekali, who is probably, in my eyes, one of the best Moroccan athletes we have here. He has been on the top rounds of the competition in previous years, and already seeing him making it through from the trials into the main event just says it all. And then Keanu Mertens, representing Germany, living in Estepona, Heaven Beach, Tarifa. This young duotone rider is one of the up-and-coming talents out of Spain. He came in second position this year on the Spanish Championships, and he is definitely known for his strapless freestyle. And now he is starting to mix himself in the waves. Watched him warm up earlier this morning, and he was definitely throwing down some decent turns. Let's see how he is going to start his debut here of this 2022 season. Heat number 3 coming up with just a little bit less than 2 minutes on the clock. All right, so it looks like, let's have a little look. It looks like we've got synchronized surfing coming our way. So that is Bentajar, who would need a 4.34 if he wants to be able to advance at the moment. Deciding against it, that is going to cost him, as he only has 1 minute 10 seconds left on the ticker. We can see it there in the background, if I'm not mistaken. That does look like Hendrik Lopez. But here we have Bentajar going to try and make the most of this little inside nugget. Let's see. It does look like it's opening up nicely. Getting a bit underpowered there at the moment. Definitely not getting the turns he wants so far. He is going to have to start to make something work if he wants to be able to be making it through. And it doesn't look like it is down there, unfortunately for him. And let's have a little look back up the top of the competition area. There we have Hendrik Lopez, and in the back we have Artur Moraes. Hendrik is looking for a 3.44 to be able to advance over into first position. Boom! The young athlete from Taiba. Hendrik going for the air, but unfortunately going a little bit too forward. And coming off the top, and there we have nice, powerful hack back. Hitting it right in the sweet top, letting that tail flow. Letting this one all the way. Once again, a very good timing here for this young Brazilian rider. He is using the kite quite a bit, not quite 100% on the wave, but at the moment in the lead, and I'm presuming he's going to be improving on that 2.07 backup score. And let's have a little look at the replay of those last two waves. Here we can see Hendrik Lopez. He went for the air, but unfortunately just that back foot didn't quite get back on the board, and that will be a wipeout for him. And then here we can see more nice, powerful leading and pushing and digging, driving that surfboard through the wave. And there we can see that is going to be it for heat number 2. Let's have a little look at the highlights from that heat. There we can see Hendrik Lopez. This was his best wave. He had 2 very nice turns here. You can see a solid, probably about 4 foot. And here's another beauty off the top. Hits it, uses the lip, comes down, keeps the power, keeps the flow. The judges were definitely liking what they saw there. This was Bentajar, who unfortunately couldn't quite link as many maneuvers together as he wanted to, so that is not going to be his best heat, that is for sure. Unfortunately finishing off in last position in this heat. But it is going to be Artur Moraes from Brazil, where we can see flowing through the background there. A battle in between these two athletes who are going to be making their way through to the next rounds. There you have beautiful open arms. You can see throwing that shoulder around, continuing on with the foot, utilizing every little inch of power that he can. That is why he has made it through into first position in this heat. Coming up next, we are going to be having heat number 3. Clement Rosedor, Medali Bekali, and Keanu Mertens coming up. But before we go into the action, let's take a short commercial break.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience, and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight, to flying passengers to hundreds of destinations around the globe. We launched our first premium terminal dedicated to first and business class passengers and opened the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport. In 2017, we broke the record for the longest commercial flight with 9,032 miles flown, and delivered unforgettable experiences to our passengers on board and on the ground, reuniting millions of families during the pandemic. You're the reason we go above and beyond, and you've helped us become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
And welcome back, everybody, as we are now going into heat number 3 of the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour Kite-Surf World Cup stop here in the beautiful location of Dakhla, Morocco. Let's have a little look and see who is going to be coming our way in this heat number 3. We are having Clement Rosedor is going to be coming our way. We have Mehdi Ali Bekali also, and Keanu Mertens. Let's have a look at their faces, and there they are. So, Clement Rosedor, Mehdi Ali Bekali, and Keanu Mertens. France, Morocco, and Germany. Those are the 3 athletes who are going to be battling it out in the water. And as we have already started, green flag in the air. It is Ali Bekali, the local Moroccan rider. As I said before, Ali has been in the final heats. He has been all the way up, if my memory serves me right, all the way through to round number 5 of last year's competition. He was the top-ranked Moroccan rider. This guy knows the waves. He knows the location. And here we have him starting to make his way down to our nice little point break that we got down here right in front of the stream booth. Keeping himself busy, letting that tail loose style. And just unfortunately letting it a little bit too loose there. But as Mr. Josh Angulo would say, getting loosey-goosey out there. Liam, if language barrier is a future. Yeah. All right, so keeping himself busy, as we said before, Ali Bekali, once again, he already has a 0.53 and a 2.63. Let's not forget, all athletes have 15 minutes to be able to perform. They have 12 waves that they can catch, and it is the top 2 waves that will allow them to get those scores. If they go past those 12 waves, they will not be scored anymore. So wave selection is definitely very important. And looking like taking off on a very nice wave. We can see Ali Bekali in the front. And this is Keanu Mertens from Germany already down here. And I can just see the local Artur Moraes from Taiba out of the front here, who just won his last heat. Parabéns, parabéns, Artur. And there we could just see Keanu Mertens starting on a little inside nugget. And here we can see the replay. Not taking off on one of the set waves, but still getting those pistons firing, getting that blood flowing, getting himself loose. 0.73 for that attempt. And now we are just waiting for Clement Rosselló and see if he can land a score. Because at the moment, it is the local Moroccan athlete, Mehdi Ali Bekali, your current heat winner. All right, so there we can see, this is Clement here. Let's see what the French athlete has for us. Off the top, he is a very talented SUP rider. Oh, going down heavy there. Getting munched by the shore break. And here we can see Ali also trying to make the most, but it is closing out in front of him, so he is not going to be able to get some scores out on that one. But there are some very nice set waves starting to come through. Dakhla, as the wind is starting to pick up, it is just coming up to 5 o'clock in the afternoon over here. We have a light until about 8 o'clock local time. So a solid 3 hours of competition. And here we have the young German Keanu Mertens, who lives out in Estepona, España. Starting to throw down, a very talented strapless freestyle rider. And he has definitely improved on the waves from last year. Trying to make his way through to see if he can get through to the future rounds of this competition. the first event of the kitesurf discipline here for the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. There you can see on your screen, that is the overview of our competition area. And now we have Ali starting to drop in, going for turn number 1, little check turn. A little bit of a schmackaroo here on the inside section. This is rubbing up nice, good timing, getting off on the lip. Looks like he was even going to try and get a little cover up of the old shampoo there, but nope. Still, once again, another wave out there on the scores. He's going to have to start to be careful that he doesn't wave count himself out. Let's not forget, each rider has 12 wave attempts. If they take all of those wave attempts, anything after that will not be scored by our judging panel. Let's not forget, for 5 judging panel, the top score and the bottom score is scratched, and the 3 middle scores are the ones that they get the average from. And what are our judges looking for? Of course, they want the athletes to rip the waves apart, but they are looking for 100% surfing, the flow, linking maneuvers together. And there you can see, just like that, starting to really open out those turns and making sure that they hit the wave in the critical section, like we can see there on our screen, maximizing the power. And that is what is going to give all of our athletes the extra love and the extra kudos. And Ali's keeping himself busy here on the inside. Our other 2 athletes, Keanu Mertens and Clement Rosselló, taking their time. Still 6.5 minutes left on the ticker. There is loads of time for a couple of sets to come through. Selection is key. Let's see who is going to be making it through the future rounds of the top athletes of this heat. So let's have a little look at the scores at the moment. 6.47 for your leader, Ali Bakali. In third position, that young man there on your screen right now, Keanu Mertens, by pretty much a hair. And then we have Clement Rosselló with a 2.57, still waiting to get a couple good scores. Keanu is keeping himself busy, but he needs to get a little bit more power in those turns if he wants to be starting to get some of the higher scores. Artur. Just coming up on the last third of this heat. 5 minutes left on the clock for this heat number 3. Day number 1 here in Dakhla, Morocco. And the conditions are looking beautiful out there. 3 to 4 foot on sets. Probably got a period of about 10 to 12 seconds. And it does say that the waves are going to be increasing throughout the afternoon as of the wind. We are just about going to be hitting high tide, and now as the tide starts to drop out, we will see it more on the top side of this competition area. But at the moment, Dakhla is definitely producing the goods for us. So as we can see, low tide today will be just past 8 o'clock. So we have probably about mid-tide just coming up here. Tide difference are very small here. So, we just saw there on our screen a very nice air from Ali Bakali. And there we can see both of these athletes waiting out the back. Rosselló and Merton, to see who will be taking off on one of the set waves, as there is definitely enough time for another decent set to make its way through here. Day number 1 of the competition. Clement powering his way to the inside. Knows he needs to get back onto the top of the competition area if he wants to have a chance to go up against Ali. At the moment sitting in 3rd position after that last wave there from Keanu. 3 minutes on the clock. And it does look like young Merton is going to try and take something here, as there is a small wave started to form. Let's see what the young German duotone rider has for us here. All right, first check turn. Second check turn, back to the foam ball, keeping it up, looping the kite. Gets the power off the top once again. Another little check turn. Still trying to get a decent turn. And there is a nice little hack as that wave started to close out at the bottom. And a little, there you can see the strapless freestyle. He has it in his blood. Can't help himself there with a little ollie. And that is, he is looking to improve on a 1.60 and a 1.47 score. But this man commanding this heat so far, Med Ali Bakali, the top Moroccan athlete out there today. And Bada, boom, a very nice turn. Getting his body low, making sure that he could release those fins. I really like this young athlete's style. Flowy, pointy, hits the wave in the sweet spot, destroys it, says good morning, and smiles at the camera. So liking what we see here, as it looks like maybe Ali will improve yet again on one of his scores. Your current heat leader. Really nice rail-to-rail action there from a local Moroccan athlete. But he is probably one of the most experienced Moroccan athletes we have, as we said before. He has made it all the way through, if I'm not mistaken, to round 5. Maybe even the semi-finals last year. I would double-check on that. But I know this guy's going to be in this competition for a while, and he definitely is showing that he means business this year. Here we have the final minute, and Clement, who has been very quiet throughout this heat, is now looking as he is taken out on a wave. And this is actually starting to run around. Nice bottom turn, really getting low and hacking that together. Here we have, keeping that rail. Once again, little check turn, back to the foam ball. This is where the guys start to get the speed to be able to get one more turn. Here it is. Boom, off the top. Okay, this is starting to look nice here from the Frenchman. And unfortunately, this wave has stopped forming there. 20 seconds left on the clock. But all of the athletes outside of the impact zone. And we are just waiting for that final score. So it is going to be Ali Bakali is going to be your heat winner. In second position, we're going to have Clement Rosselló. And in third, Keanu Merton. Let's have a little look at the highlights that we have seen in this heat. And there we can see Ali Bakali, your heat winner, making his way in. And here we can have some of those beautiful highlights of that last heat. All of the athletes throwing down for us here. And coming up next, we are going to be having out on the water heat number 4. We have Reda Lafdali, Matt Maxwell from South Africa, and Gray Foster from the US of A. That is going to be heat number 4 of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup, Dakhla. And if I'm not mistaken, I can see that we are starting to get ready down there on the beach, as I can see Ali just making his way off of the water. That man who is throwing down here on this highlight video, as we will get a short interview of him, see what the local feels of the conditions. But looking by the way he is riding here in that heat, first heat of his competition, he is definitely in sync with the ocean and is meaning business out there. All right, so beautiful to see all of the action there of those highlights. And as we said before, we are going to go down to the beach with Liam Dredge, as he has our heat winner, the top Moroccan athlete, Ali Bakali.
So I'm down on the beach with Mohamed Ali after what was a really, really good round one show. Mohamed, you're the local Moroccan here. You know this spot better than anyone else. Just talk to us about the conditions today and how that compares to previous times you have this as a local spot.
Yeah, this is possibly, I think it's the best conditions you can get. I think perfect waves, side shore winds. It just felt amazing. It's just,
yeah, brilliant stuff.
Yeah.
And just explain to us, you do know this wave probably better than most riders here. Just explain to us about this right-hander. How does it form? Where are you looking to pull most of your nice turns? And yeah, just talk to everyone watching a little bit more about this spot.
Okay. This is like the first swell of the season, so it's always like flat sand. So the middle section is the best section, but you still have to find these intermediates, not the big sets. The big sets don't make it. Sorry, it's a bit windy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the big sets don't make it. Like they lose the shoulder. So I try to choose like the in-betweens, and those are the ones that roll on the sandbank the best.
Perfect. Well, just saying, you showed a great display of what it is to surf this wave. Good luck with the rest of the competition, and we'll see you in the next heat.
Thanks.
Back to you, Joe.
Thank you, Liam. Yeah, great to see the smile there on Ali's face. Really good to see what he's been pulling off. And now we're going to go straight schmack-a-boomer right into the heat out there on the water. As we have out in the water, we have Reda Lafdali from Morocco. We have Max Maxwell from South Africa. And Gray Foster already starting to throw down for us here in Dakhla. Let's see the action out there on the water. So it is Matt Maxwell at the moment with a 5.03, who is your top athlete as we stand. Let's not forget 15 minutes of action. Top two waves count. 12 total waves are what they're allowed to surf. What's up? Yeah. But they need to come and turn you on. Now I know why that was. Yeah, they need to come and turn you on though. It's cool to. It's a little bit camera-wise. It's all over the place at the moment. It's. Otra vez. We do apologise for some of these technical issues, as it looks like the mute is not quite working out there for us. We do apologise for that. Let's get back into the action out there on the water, as we have Matt Maxwell in the lead with a 5.03. Reda Lafdali with a 4.50, very close. And Gray Foster out of the US of A. See what these top three athletes are going to be doing at the moment, as this is heat number 4, round number 1 of the competition. So as you can see, we're just approaching the 10-minute mark, 15-minute heats. Top 2 waves are counting 12 total rides, and then we can see some of the athletes coming down. Everybody's on about 10 and 12 meter kites out there at the moment. It's probably in between 12 to maybe about 18 knots on gusts. A little bit gustier on the inside, but still more than enough as the wave is starting to pump, and there is some power out there. On your screen at the moment, that is Matt Maxwell from South Africa, the F1 athlete. A very powerful surfer, and at the moment your current leader in this heat. And there we can see on our screen, that is going to be Reda Lafdali, the Moroccan athlete, who at the moment a 4.50 total score is currently in second position. And let's see if that local knowledge, knowing where to do what and with what section of the wave, as we heard there from Ali, the middle section is where the wave starts to hollow out and is a little bit better, but you have definitely got to know which ones to take off. It doesn't necessarily have to be those big set waves. And we're just waiting to see some more energy out the back there, but what a way to start off this competition. Day number 1 here in Morocco at this beautiful right-hand point break off of the Westpoint Hotel. And that is Matt Maxwell looking like he's trying to get in on one of these waves. It looks like he's actually on a smaller kite compared to the other athletes. He would be able to whip it around a little bit more, but has to get on the wave if he wants to be able to surf it all the way down, as it does seem like he is starting to eye up a section. Here he is. But this is on your screen, Reda Lafdali, all the way down on the bottom now. This is where he's going to be able to start to get some power. Is he going to be able to get past that white water inside part? And unfortunately, no, he isn't. So that is going to be a no-show there for him. He is going to be making his way all the way back out to the back and see if he can take off on yet another set wave. Heat number 4, round number 1. We have some wind, we have some waves, and we have some action out there on the water for you. Here we have the middle point of this heat, as Redo is starting to take on these little insides, as we heard there from Annie. Seems to be the better way, and a little bit easier now. And a good hit there off the top. But once again, that closeout section, so a little bit of a one-hit wonder there for him. There we can see Calton Lopez making his way back up to the hotel. Unfortunately not having the best heat there of the starter. And all 3 of our athletes, looks like there's a little bit of a lull in the wind at the moment, as they are making their way back. And it does look like some of them are starting to come down a little bit closer to our stream office and the competition area, because it is those inside. Look at that power generated there from the South African, keeping himself low. Boom! Maxwell meaning business, making the most of this little inside roller and really throwing himself into those turns. Judges are definitely going to be liking that. making high scoring potential for him considering to what the wave has. Hopefully we'll be able to see him on a little bit of a bigger section with the same amount of power. And there we can see Gray Foster in the back, that red kite. Looks like he is on another wave. Hopefully we can get a closer view of that one, Mr. Cameraman. And he's going off the back there. So all three of our riders, it does look like there is some set waves starting to come through. And the first one there with the white kite, there we have him. That is Reda Laftali. And let's see what he can make of this set wave. All right, turn number one. Keeping himself to the foam ball. As you can see, this one is flattened off. Normally, this is where this bottom section starts to hollow out a little bit. But it definitely does look like the wind is a little fluky there on the inside. But still managing to get a couple of turns in on this wave. But yeah, you can see there just pulled himself back, unfortunately, off of the gust. And that is going to be a smaller ride for him. All the way out the back, I can see also that is Maxwell, who just had a little bit of a wave. Waiting, maybe we can see a replay of that last one. And then all the way out the back, we can see that is Gray Foster, who at the moment is in third position. As we just come under 4 minutes left of this heat. 4 minutes. All right, Maxwell. Oh, it looked like he liked what he saw and turned around on that wave, but unfortunately was not able to get back on it. And getting pulled over, as you can see, it is starting to get a little bit gustier out there as the afternoon goes on. Forecast did say that the wind is going to pick up a bit. At the moment, it has lowered out, but the waves and the surf are looking beautiful. All right, inside one more time. Here we have Laftali pushing his way through, trying to make the most of these little inside waves. At the moment, it does seem like it is taking a little bit more in between sets. And here, all of the athletes are starting to use these inside sections. So there we can see Laftali is trying to get a 3.93 if he wants to advance. Gray Foster there just getting another wave, and it does look like he's gone up as he has a 6.43. But it is the South African, the furthest rider out there, F1 athlete Matt Maxwell, who is your current leader with a 7.53. So let's have a little look and see who is coming up next out there on the water. So coming up next, we will have heat number 1 of round number 2. So we will have Bentaja Agraf, who made it through from the last round, and Luke Millard. Those are the top 2 athletes who will be making their way through. Let's not forget the winner of round number 1 will be going straight and directly through to round number 3. And then the second and third will have to battle it out in round number 2 to see who is going to be continuing on in the competition out there. And Laftali is meaning business, as he does not want to make his way through into that round number 2. Currently needing a 3.70 if he wants to be able to make it through. Can he get this turn? Yes, he does on the inside. Gets a nice little whack here on the bottom section of this Dakhla wave. as we come in on the final minute of this heat. And Bentajar and Luke Miller, Ocean Rodeo and Duotone are getting ready up there on the point to start to battling it out, as we now, after this heat, will be going into man-on-man heats, meaning there's only 2 athletes out there on the water, where the judges will be looking for the flow, the style, the link in the maneuvers, hitting that wave in the critical section, or the sweet spot as we call it. And just looking to get the moves and start to get the groove down here under in the desert. As there it is, there is the buzzer, as that is the end of that heat number 4. Coming up next, we will have heat number 1 of round number 2, Bentajar Akraf and Luke Millard, your next 2 athletes coming our way. But before we do so, let's have a little look at the best action and the highlights from that last heat. And there we had the beautiful action of that last heat with some of the best moves. But we are going to be going down to the shore, as I can see there on my screen. Our beach commentator has the winner from that last heat, the South African Matt Maxwell.
Matt Maxwell, we're through to the next round, round 3. How do you feel after making, and also you're a wild card here, so you must be pretty stoked to come through and, you know, show what you're made of.
Yeah, no, I'm actually super stoked. I don't really get much time training on my forehand like this because Cape Town's all left with the southeaster there back home. So yeah, it feels good to open up on my forehand, and yeah, like it's just so much fun surfing here. We had like so many surf sessions in the morning already, and just loving it and stoked that it's paying off.
No, it's brilliant. We see you guys out here most mornings. Wind was a little bit light this morning, it then picked up. Just then, the conditions for the heat, the waves looked like they just dropped a little bit, maybe with the wind. How did you find it out? Was it challenging? What sort of part of the wave there did you feel that you were most efficient in?
Yeah, I mean, I went out to the back a couple of times and I was really struggling to get in, like I was getting pushed out wide. So then I kind of just, after my first big one, I kind of just tried to get like a backup wave on the inside. But yeah, it was super tricky. And on the 12, I mean, I never ride a 12 meter, so it feels pretty weird. Cape Town, super strong wind, so yeah, it's interesting and it's a lot of fun.
Well, look, you look great out there. Through to the next round. Good luck with the rest of the competition, and we'll see you soon. Joe, back to you.
Thanks, Liam. Thanks, Matt. Yeah, really good, definitely. I mean, Cape Town is definitely windier than it is here. Getting used to the conditions, but coming off with the wind, it looks like he is getting into sync with the ocean. But before we go back to the action out on the water, let's have a short commercial break.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience, and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight, to flying passengers to hundreds of destinations around the globe. We launched our first premium terminal dedicated to first and business class passengers and opened the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport. In 2017, we broke the record for the longest commercial flight with 9,032 miles flown and delivered unforgettable experiences to our passengers on board and on the ground, reuniting millions of families during the pandemic. You're the reason we go above and beyond. And you've helped us become the world's best airline, a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight, to flying passengers to hundreds of destinations around the globe. We launched our first premium terminal dedicated to first and business class passengers and opened the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport. In 2017, we broke the record for the longest commercial flight with 9,032 miles flown and delivered unforgettable experiences to our passengers on board and on the ground, reuniting millions of families during the pandemic. You're the reason we go above and beyond. And you've helped us become the world's best airline, a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
And welcome back, everybody, to the GKA Qatar Airways World Tour. And we are here in the beautiful location of Morocco, Dakhla, and this is 100% waves. Out there now, we just started off round number 2. Now we are starting with elimination rounds, as we have the rider who is eliminated from this heat will be kicked out of the competition and will be going home a little bit too early. Just seeing Max Maxwell coming past the booth here, the South African who won that last heat. And there we can see on your screen, that is Bentajar Akraf, one of the Moroccan riders who is battling it out against one of our veterans, Luke Miller, to see who is going to stay in this competition. As it stands at the moment, it is Bentajar who has a slight advantage, as he already has 2 waves under his belt. But Luke definitely does have the better scoring wave of 4.23. 15-minute heats. Top 2 waves are the ones that count, and they can ride 12 total waves. And we are just waiting to see who is going to be continuing on in this contest as we are starting to hit those elimination rounds. Coming up next, we will have 2 good friends also out on the water, Kelton Lopez and Hendrik Lopez. But here now on your screen, Bentajar one more time, keeping himself busy and making the most of these little inside waves, which we've heard from Ali Bakali, the probably top Moroccan athlete out there, saying that sometimes the big waves just do not make it all the way down, and there is this little inside section that will give you enough to be able to get some high scoring potential. But you know, there's always different strategies out there. You have guys and girls that wait out the back, wait for those set waves, but you have to perform. But if you do perform on those waves, you are definitely going to get the higher scores. And then there's riders like we can see here, like Bentajar, who are using these little inside nuggets to try and get those medium scores, to get some numbers up on the board and try and continue on in this competition. Day number 1 here of the GKA Kite World Tour. And there you can see the tide is starting to go out. Low tide is going to be at 8 o'clock in the afternoon. And there we have all of our athletes enjoying these beautiful conditions as these little right-hander off of the point start to roll all the way down. As you can see, that is the hotel up there, the Westpoint Hotel. And that right-hander, I can tell you one thing. You can see it from the shower from your rooms. We are right on the competition area, and it is a perfect location. And this year, the conditions are looking very, very good. Wind is a little fluky as it comes on in the afternoon, but the waves are starting to pump through, and the period and the forecast is looking that for the next 2 days, we have a good swell. It arrived last night. We could definitely hear it, and we had a little bit of rain. And when I say a little, I tell you what, it was throwing cats and dogs down. We had some beautiful storm coming our way, and that has just started to get everything active and started to get everything electric, as this is the first event of the kite surf season, and looking forward to see what the athletes have to bring to the table. And here we have dropping in. So this is Bentajar one more time. This is looking like a very nice wave, and I can see out of the corner of my eye, it looks like Luke is going to take off on the one behind him. Letting that tail loose. Now we're talking. This is the action we wanted to see. Can he get past this middle section? He does look like he does. Speed line in it. Oh, unfortunately, it was closing out in front of him. So let's go back out to the point and have a look at the next rider, Harvey. Let's go out to the point. There he is. Luke Millard starting to drop in, and this is looking like a very nice set wave. Little check turn just to come in and get some speed. Now this is where he's going to start to line up this turn number 1. One more time, a little check turn, keeping himself back to the foam ball. Here is the middle section where it starts to jack up. Checking it one more time. He's going to have to start to get some smacks if he wants to get it off the top. Pretty much landing that straight in the sweet spot. 3 decent turns there on that wave, as Luke is going to be looking, as he only has 1 score, he's going to be looking to get a backup score, and I reckon that is going to have some nice numbers coming his way. And there it is, a 4.23, showing that it is quality versus quantity. 2 waves, 2 big scores, landing himself in first position. The Aussie is definitely on fire here today. And there we can see on the left-hand side of your screen, both of our athletes making their way back up to the point to try and see if they have enough time for one more set. Sets are taking probably about 7 minutes in between each one, and we have a 15-minute heat, so we've just seen a set there. Are we going to have enough time to get one more? It is definitely going to be close. But you can see Bentajar, who has been snaking and licking, you know, really making the most of these little inside waves, and it looks like he's actually going to be scoring a very nice one here, as he will need a 4.48 if he wants to take the lead. Let's not forget, there can only be one, as the Highlander will say, and whoever loses this heat is going to be out of the competition. Good turn there, keeping the kite a little bit too high, so he's going to have to jack it down if he wants to continue and get another turn in. There he has, yanks it around a little bit, but getting pulled a little bit further off. It does seem like it's starting to turn a little bit more offshore. It was more side shore this morning, and now as it's turning a little bit more offshore, riders really have to make sure that they keep that kite low if they want to be able to stay on the wave face. So both athletes already with another score out, but it is that man up front and center on your screen, the Aussie Luke Millard from the Ocean Rodeo Kite in the driving seat at the moment. Both of the athletes making their way back up to see if they can land one more set. As I said before, about 7 minutes in between sets. The period is good, but it does look like as that tide is starting to go out, you start to see some of the stand already there. Waves are taking a little bit longer, but I am going to say it does look like they are getting hollower as that tide starts to make its way and crawl out. Let's not forget sunset is around 8 o'clock and it is dead low tide when that happens. So I reckon we have definitely a decent hour to hour and a half of conditions still. Day number 1, and we are currently in round number 2, heat number 1. Elimination rounds are out on the water. Whoever doesn't make it through will be packing his bags early. And I know both of these athletes do not want to be doing that, so we have a battle out here down at the desert. The gloves are off, and it is knuckle punching turns out there in the water. You can see both of them circling around the back, but unfortunately it definitely does look like there isn't much energy out there, meaning that we are coming into the final 20 seconds of this heat, and as it stands, unless Bentajar can do something big, it does look like Luke Millard is going to be making his way through. But this ain't over yet. Let's not forget it ain't until the buzzer. And there it is. That is the final horn, meaning that making his way through to the next round and continuing on in this competition. Let's give a big congratulations to the Aussie Luke Millard, and a round of applause there to Bentajar Kraf, who put it on a solid competition, but unfortunately going home a little bit earlier than expected. But that's how it is, the best of the best out there on the water. And let's have a little look at the heat highlights of some of the best rides of this heat. And welcome back, everybody. So coming up next, we're going to have in the water Kelton Lopez from Cape Verde is going to be going up against Hendrik Lopez, also representing Switzerland, but from Cape Verde. So family out there on the water. These boys are cousins, and they know what it is to be fighting out against each other. So looking forward to seeing that action coming our way. We just saw a very tight heat in between Ben Tajar and Luke Millard, as we are going to be making our way down to the beach, because I can see in the corner of our screen Liam is down there with Luke. Luke, how is it going?
So I'm down here with Luke Millard. Luke, we're through after what looked to be challenging conditions. The wind looks to have sort of shifted a little bit, the tyres on the push, quite a long period between waves as well. Just talk to us about that heat.
Well, it's always fun. This is the best conditions I've seen like ever here in Morocco since we've been here. So heaps of fun to be out there and getting some waves. That one was a little slow. Not too many sets came in, unfortunately, but stoked to make it through. And hopefully the next one we get a good set in the middle of it.
Yeah, let's see how we go. Obviously beating the local Moroccan rider there, so that guy knows the wave really well. You came out on top. And just talk to us a little bit on the other side of your kiting. You're a board shaper. So you're riding your own kit for the board boys?
That's true, yeah. We've shaped up our own boards for this event. And yeah, just back to the locals. It's great to actually see so many locals here trying out. They did some qualifying series before this, so it's awesome to see such a good kite community on this wave. But yeah, got the better of this guy. Fortunate for me, unfortunate for him, but it's all good.
Well, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, but well done. You're through to the next round. Congratulations, and best of luck with the rest of the competition. Joe, back to you.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience, and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight, to flying passengers to hundreds of destinations around the globe. We launched our first premium terminal dedicated to first and business class passengers and opened the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport. In 2017, we broke the record for the longest commercial flight with 9,032 miles flown, and delivered unforgettable experiences to our passengers on board and on the ground, reuniting millions of families during the pandemic. You're the reason we go above and beyond, and you've helped us become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
Welcome back, everybody, to the beautiful location of Dakhla, as we are on the water with heat number 2 of round number 2 of this competition. Elimination round out there on the water. And here we can see conditions at the moment. The wind is a little fluky as it's come off, but out of that last heat, we saw Luke Millard, the Aussie, throwing down and making his way through to round number 3. I know that boy's going to have a smile on his face. And out there on the water now, we have 2 good friends and even family. Hendrik Lopez is going to be going up against Kelton Lopez. to see who is going to continue on in this competition. Two very powerful surfers. Hendrik has a little bit more competition experience, as he has been on the tour court for quite a few years now at a very young age. But Kelton has a very low and loose and smooth and stylish style out there. So looking forward to see how these boys throw down. At the moment, it is Hendricks with on 1.87, but the wind does look like it has shifted a little bit more offshore, and they are having a little bit of trouble getting back to the point. So hopefully it will be able to increase, and we will be able to see some more action out there on the water. Here we can see Hendrik Lopez starting to come down on yet another wave. Boom! Two nice solid hits. This one is looking nice. Getting hit number 3, staying to the foam ball so he can go. Oh, just unfortunately coming down a little bit too front foot heavy and going off on that one. And there's Kelton making his way back out as well. Didn't quite get on the wave that he wanted. Let's see if he is going to turn in on this one, because it is looking nice. But I can see a swoop of an F1, meaning that that is going to be Hendrik Lopez. Javi, let's get Hendrik Lopez coming in on the wave. Javi, te oigo. Here we can see Kelton Lopez trying to start to make some moves, as he is at the moment with waveless. Okay, turn number 1, almost losing his balance there. Here we can have him coming in. Turn number 2 off the top, but once again getting off the back of the wave. You can see as it's turned around a little bit more offshore. They really have to make sure to keep that kite low if they want to stay on the waves. So that is going to be a small score for him, as we're just a little bit over halfway through this 15-minute heat. Let's not forget, top 2 waves count. They have 12 waves to have the opportunity to make the judges give them the kudos, the shackers, the love, and the screams. But as it stands at the moment, it is the youngster Hendrik Lopez, the F1 rider, who is in the driving seat with a 5.10. You can see out the corner of my booth here a couple of the boys. It is hot, it is warm out there. Definitely there is a British beach commentator who is going to be red. I can tell you that by the end of this event. So please make sure to on the comments to say a little bit about that. And there we can see in the screen that is Gray Foster waiting for his round number 2, where he is going to be going up against and see who he can continue on in this competition. Waves are very far and few between at the moment. Sets are taking quite a long time. But it is Hendrik Lopez who is currently your leader. Six and a half minutes left of action over here, as we are just waiting to see if some of these guys, they are definitely having quite a hard time of staying upwind, as that wind has shifted, as we've been saying. There you can see Hendrik Lopez, who's probably the lighter athlete out of the 2, is going to be making his way, and he does look like he's trying to get in on this little inside wave and make something of it. But at the moment, that is a no-go. Not a lot of action out there on the water. Let's see if we can get this ocean to send us some love and send us some energy, as the wave definitely does look like it's backed off. That tide is going out, so obviously it is going the other way of the push. So waves will be dropping a bit. The swell is said that it will increase, but it's definitely going to be dropping a little bit. But then as it gets past, it always does start to come up in the afternoon as they come a little bit further down on the competition area, like that wave you can see on your screen now. This bottom section does start to work, and our athletes start to utilize that. You got to know the spot, you got to know the break, like we can see there with Ali Bakali, the top Moroccan athlete, proving a point and getting some of the highest heat scores as we stand. So yeah, obviously local knowledge always do pay off. When you get to a new break, ask the locals, get the info, and you will probably get more waves. And here we can see Kelton Lopez. He has come a little bit further down, as we were just mentioning. Nice backside turn there. Another good little hack. Still keeping it quite straight. Goes off the top. Can he keep it together? No, he doesn't. Goes head over heels, unfortunately, coming off of his board there. But still not a bad wave. He needs a 3.70. Let's see if that's going to be enough. Now we have Hendrik Lopez. This is looking like it's opening up nicely. Second turn. This is where he's going to speed up. Oh, good turning, good timing there from Hendrik. Making smaller turns, but making sure he is hitting that wave in the sweet spot. Let's see if we can get him on screen. And another nice wave there from Hendrik Lopez. I definitely think he is going to be able to improve on one of those two scores. His lowest score, his backup, at 2.33. And that was a decent set wave. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Are they going to have enough time for one more? We will soon find out. Hear a little bit of the wind coming through the booth here. A nice little breeze as it is getting warm down here in the desert. Beautiful conditions as we have probably about 3 to 4 foot waves out of this right-hander, one of the longest right-handers in the Atlantic. And today conditions have been very nice, but it does look like the wind is starting to fluke out as the afternoon does come on. And unfortunately the tides are low of the closing hour, so 8 o'clock is actually full low tide here. And there we can see on the top of the competition area, that is Kelton Hendrik Lopez. Trying to see if he can have a set wave coming his way. Inside, Hendrik Lopez trying to make a most of a little turn. Nice check back turn, making his way back to the foam ball so he can get yet another. Once again, one more time. Seeing if this inside section will come out, but that kite is starting to flutter as it is getting light. Okay, going for a little 180 air to revert there, adding a little bit of freestyle to the mix. But unfortunately, it does look like Kelton is having quite an issue staying upwind. And we will have to see, yep, there you can see not being able to make it up as that final minute comes his way. he is going to have to start to do the wave dance if he wants to be able to be making it through to round number 3, as this is an elimination round. So the rider who loses in this round will be out of the competition. And there you can see the riders for the next heat starting to wait to see who will be making and who will be joining them in the future of this competition. All right, here we have a beautiful wave here from Hendrik Lopez. This is starting to open up nicely. Very good timing. Off the top, bang! Rolls his way down. Intelligent, keeping himself to that foam ball, just making sure he can keep those checkpoints. Now, this is where this wave flattens off for a little bit. And as he comes down to this middle section, he's able to get yet another couple of turns. And that is the end of this heat. So it is going to be Hendrik Lopez, the winner of this heat. We're just waiting for that last score to see if he's even going to improve on that. But that is official. Hendrik Lopez is going to be making it through to the next round. And unfortunately, Kelton Lopez is out of the competition. And here we can see a little bit of some of the highlights of that previous heat, where it is this man, Hendrik Lopez, who is staying alive in this comp. And welcome back, everybody. Some of the beautiful highlights that we just had from that previous heat, where we saw Hendrik Lopez taking the first position, meaning he is continuing on in the competition. And I can see that we have our beach commentator, Liam Dredge, sitting down there on the beach with that winner. Liam, how is that man feeling? I can see a smile on his face.
Cheers, Joe. So I'm down here with Hendrix. Hendrix, through to the next round. Tough first round for you. Made sure we made use of that there. How's the day gone for you from round 1 to round 2, now obviously into round 3?
It's been okay, really tough heat. But like, I didn't feel like I lost the first round. Like the guy didn't win me, but I think I lost by myself. Not like I didn't got beaten. But every heat I'm trying to do my best and compete against myself and not against anyone else. And learning and I think it was destiny. If I would have won, I would have gone on the next round against Ayrton.
Yeah.
So it's been my dream and it's gonna come true. Next heat on round 3 against Ayrton.
There we go. I mean, everyone's going to look forward to that. Conditions now have changed earlier since this morning. The tide's pushing out. Wind looks a little bit shifty. Tide's got lower. There's longer period between the sets of the waves, but you there managed to grab the right ones at the right times. Where on the wave do you feel most comfortable in getting those scores?
Well, like it's really hard right now. The wind is quite light and the waves are quite slow. But like I'm quite used to waves in Ponta Preta, so I know when the waves gonna open. And it's like when you see the wave kind of like that's always the better section, and that's where I always look for.
Well, next round, Ayrton. We're looking forward to it. Well done.
Thank you, man.
Good luck, and we'll see you in the next one. Hendrik's there, stoked to make it through to Ayrton on the next round. Joe, we head back to you to catch up on what's going on the water now.
Thank you, Liam. Yeah, good to see the Stoke. And yeah, Hendricks versus Ayrton. That is going to be fire out there on the water. And talking about fire or fuego, we have both of our athletes already out there throwing down, as this is the next heat of the competition here of the beautiful location of Dakhla. Let's have a look and see who is out there. We have the Reda Lafdadi and Clement Rosselló. So Reda Lafdadi is out on the white duotone kite. You can see him all the way out the back. And Clement Rosselló, the Frenchman, is here on the inside. Clement, as we said before, a very talented SUP wave surfer. He has a beautiful style, and here in the waves he's already showing that. Unfortunately, didn't quite have the best heat he had in that round number 1, hence why he's in round number 2. But he is going to have to definitely throw out the goods now if he wants to continue on in this competition, as elimination rounds are front and center. So waves are definitely far and few between, as we've seen as this tide is going out. We had some very nice conditions on that high tide. And we did just see there Hendrik Lopez take the wind, and just waiting to see who is going to be making their way through, as we are in round number 2 of competition. The idea is to make it all the way through to round number 3, as we are going to have to wait for that action to happen. And there we can see Hendrik Lopez cruising and perusing up the beach. And even Mr. Paulino Pereira walking through our shot there. The Portuguese destroyer, one of our judges up here on this competition, and a past competitor. I will remember that 10-point tube barrel ride he had over there in Cape Verde. Very talented athlete, and great to have him here on the judging panel, patron as we would call him. Let's not forget we have a 5-man international judging panel where the top score and the bottom score are taken out, and then is the average of the 3 middle scores is what you will see coming up, and the final score on your screen. And we can see there a 3.0 for Clement Rosselló. So he is your current leader, as we have already gone through 4 minutes of this heat. 12 wave opportunities each rider may have to be able to get those top 2 best scores. I am going to be saying it. I want to see some 20.0, boys. I want to see a go out there, 2 10-point rides. I mean, it can't be that hard, can it? It can't be that hard. As we always say, the best of the best, and as Mr. Tronolone would say, battling it out against themselves and Mother Nature. And Mother Nature is definitely on our side at the moment, because it is grooving out there. We've had some beautiful wave conditions here for day number 1. Having a little bit of a breather right now, but hopefully as that tide gets past that midpoint, we will start to see the waves coming our way. The wind increases. It normally does increase as it comes to the end of the afternoon, as the idea is to make it through to round number 3. We are currently in heat number 3 of round number 2 of the competition. Day number 1 here of the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour Kite-Surf discipline. Because let's not forget, the GK Kite World Tour has many disciplines. We have the Kite-Surf, which is all about the waves, the turns, the hacks, and the style. We have the big air discipline, where it is all about touching the sky. Then we have the hydrofoil freestyle, where they just hydrofoil and make all of the acrobatics. And then let's not forget the wake style, or the twin tip freestyle, where we will be actually going to Brazil very shortly in November for the next event of the freestyle. And also we are going to be going to Neom over in Saudi Arabia, where we are very much looking forward to the first time we're having an event out there. And to finish on the Kite-Surf discipline, we will be over in Taiba at the end of November. Who is going to be the world champion? We will soon find out, because what is the goal? It is to find the most complete rider in each different discipline. And here we can see front and center on your screen a very complete waterman, Clement Rosselló, dropping in. And oh, watch out, Reda Laftari answering back as he has a very nice set wave. Here he has off the top. Good timing letting that tail loose, flying and driving through. He is lining up for the next section. Watch out, this is definitely looking like it could be a good score. This has potential. 3 solid turns, and then we can see in the back we got synchronized surfing as Clement is also going a little bit further out on the shoulder, but the Moroccan athlete throwing down, and here we can see the Frenchman top turn there, going backside. Both of these athletes all the way down from the points, but I'm going to say it does look like the ride there from the Moroccan is definitely going to be the higher score of the two, but Boho. Good wave from both of these guys as we are just about to hit the midway point here of this heat number 3. And both of them definitely picked off the right set wave. We have action out there on the water. So just waiting for some scores to drop from both of those waves. At the moment, it is Clement in the lead with a 6.20. And let's see if there's going to be a change in the leadership, as it does look like yet another set. We can start to see outside of the competition booth here. It does look like there is some more action coming our way, as the ocean is starting to throw us a few nuggets. Some very nice set waves already. And both of the athletes making their way back up to the point to get back into position. Let's see who is going to take off on yet another set wave. All right, so Javi, we have a guy dropping in. There he is. Reda Laftari, who has a 4.13 for that last wave. He needs a 2.47, and this wave is opening up nicely. Let's see if he can keep that speed and get past this first foam ball section. Yes, he does. Flattens it out a bit. Oh, just unfortunately going off the back. That is going to cost him, because that wave did have scoring potential. That is not going to be enough. So he is going to have to go back out the back and hopefully see some more sets coming his way. And I can see there on your screen Clement powering his way back as he knows it's close. He knows what he has to do, as it is very, very close in between them. Only 0.2 of a point separates both of these athletes. I tell you one thing, it is getting hot down here in the desert, as that sun is starting to come right in front of us. And there we can see our beach commentator Liam is definitely going to need to put on some extra protection if he does not want to end up like a lobster, because this place is warm. But what a beautiful way to be spending our September. As Europe starts to get colder, we can come down to these beautiful locations and see the best of the best battling it out with themselves. And here we can have two very good riders out there on the water. Reda Laftari with a 4.13, the highest wave score of this heat. Currently in second position, but he has quite an easy one to increase on his backup score. Only needs a 2.47. 5 minutes to go. I reckon we are definitely going to see one more battle, one more set battle out there, as it does look like both of the guys are back in position now. It all comes down to Mother Nature to throw them a bone and hopefully throw them a wave coming at them very soon. Coming in on the final 4 minutes of this heat, and we are just waiting as both of these athletes are circling around like shark. I tell you one thing, it looks like there is blood in the water. 0.2 of a point difference in between these two athletes. And at the second position, Reda Laftadi only needs a 2.47. So pretty much if he gets on a wave and gets a couple of decent turns in, he will be above that score. So no one is safe out there at the moment. And now it is that time where you just have to be patient, because it does seem like on this bottom section at the moment, the waves really aren't peaking up as it is at that point of the tide. So you really do have to wait for those set waves to come in to be able to get that scoring potential. Patience is a virtue, they say. And let's see who it is going to pay off for, as the rider who comes in second in this heat will be eliminated from the competition and is going to be packing his bags a little bit earlier than expected. All right, so it does look like Reda Laftadi's decided to go and try one of these inside little ripples, but no, going against it. Now you can start to see when some of the athletes start to get desperate out there. Doesn't look like there's a set coming on the horizon. They know it's just over 2 minutes left. This is where you have two options. You can pretty much go and do a wave dance out next to the back buoy and hopefully see if there will be some energy coming your way, or you come down here on the inside and try and get some sort of a score on one of these smaller shore break waves. Tough decisions out there at the moment at this state of the tide. As you can see, the waves have definitely backed off quite a lot since the beginning of the competition. Forecast is looking good, as it does seem like we have waves for the next 3 days, as we will be pushing through this first event of the season on the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup over here in Dakhla. And what a way to start off with conditions like this. But at the moment, it does look like Mother Nature has gone out and taken a little break, because we are still not seeing any energy out there. And both these athletes are circling, but watch out, as I see that does look like Clement is going to try on something here. It looks like, I can't see it on our screen quite yet, but it does look like, okay, yeah, it is. Here it goes. Going backside, Clement, the French athlete, for probably the final wave, his final wave of the heat. Let's see what he has for us here. Looking to improve on a 3.0 backup score. Is he going to be able to produce the goods? Coming down, just straight lining it at the moment. Okay, engaging. Turn number one. Nice, and the tail loose on that one. Goes for a second. One more time. Good style. Smaller wave, but really being able to whack that tail out and let those tails loose. And straight on the section one more time. Reading it nicely. Making the most he can out of this wave. Okay, releasing the hands. A little bit of pure surfing style. And just getting caught on the hill edge. So that is going to be it for that wave. Let's wait to see what the score is. Looking to improve on a 3.0. And let's go back out the back, as it looks like Reda Laftadi is going to have an opportunity if he can get on this wave, as he needs a 3.07, as we just saw an increase of that 3.60 there from Clement. But there it is. He is on the wave, so this will count here. Reda Laftadi needing a 3.07. Let's see if he can pull it off. Okay, turn number one, check turn, going back to the foam ball. This is quite a small wave. He's going to have to stay very close to that section if he wants to get those turns. Turn number two, smacking off the top. Now it opens up. Starting to get turn number three. Cameraman, a little further to the left, please. And as you can see, unfortunately going down, but he did get quite a decent first turn. And this was early on the inside, early on in the heat, as we are going to wait for results to be coming our way. And let's sit back and enjoy some of the heat highlights of that last heat. And welcome back, everybody, after those highlights of that last heat, as we saw, just waiting for results to come in and just waiting to see who has continuing on in this contest. As okay, wait a moment, wait a minute, it does look like I am getting results coming our way. I can see typing, meaning that we will see, and there are definitely some waves coming in one more time. It looks like the waves are starting to come back. Okay, so continuing on into round number 3. We will have to wait for those results to come in, but before we do so, we're going to take a short commercial break.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight, to flying passengers to hundreds of destinations around the globe. We launched our first premium terminal dedicated to first and business class passengers and opened the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport. In 2017, we broke the record for the longest commercial flight with 9,032 miles flown, and delivered unforgettable experiences to our passengers on board and on the ground, reuniting millions of families during the pandemic. You're the reason we go above and beyond, and you've helped us become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
Okay, so here with Clement after his win. Through to the next round. How is it out there?
Yeah, it was a bit light, the wind, and I don't know the spot. I just arrived yesterday at 5 a.m. with the crew. So it was maybe the 10th first wave I have here in Westpoint. But yeah, the wave is cool, and yeah.
Yeah, the tide's obviously pushing out, so it's changed the conditions a little bit. You're up against a local Moroccan guy there who obviously knows the spot really, really well. So credit to you for making it through. And just on the other side of things, you know, you're a very, very talented SUP wave rider. How do you find that those skills are going to come into an event like this?
It's very different because I compete stand-up and surfing, longboarding until maybe 5-10 years ago. Yeah. And it's like my first GKA, and I'm just so motivated to push myself to be better on the wave. And I don't know, I'm more stressed than on all the other competition, because when you compete and you know the riders, you know what you have to do, and me, it's my first competition kiting, so, and I don't know the spots, I don't know where I have to stay on the water, what wave I have to choose. So I have talked with Ali to know some advice.
Talk to a few of the local guys.
Yeah,
there we go,
like
getting
Ali,
some inside knowledge.
Yeah, give me some tips just 15 minutes before my heat. He told me to stay to the yellow buoy. I was just staying there, and I catch some waves. So. Well,
there we go. Well, look, we're through to the next round. You're stoked to be here. We're stoked to have you. Good luck with the rest of the competition.
Thanks a lot.
And Joe, we head back to you now for what's on the water now.
Thank you very much. Yeah, really good to see Clement. And like I said, he came second in the French Nationals on the SUP wave. This boy is a very talented surfer, and he knows what it has to do when it comes to the old waves. And let's see now, making his way through to round number 3 at the moment. Out there on the water, we have Keanu Merton and Gray Foster, but it is Keanu who is currently in the lead, and it does look like we have some more energy on the ocean there. All right, so Keanu looking like he's actually trying to get on one of these set waves as the wind is starting to get very, very light out there. Waves definitely does look like it's coming back as that mid-tide point. It's gone past that second sandbank, and we can see it definitely is starting to come our way. Hopefully now the wind will start to filter in again. There's always a little low point in the middle. And now let's see if these boys can start to throw down, as it does look like conditions are coming back. It's turned a little bit side shore once again. But there it is, the young German/Spanish rider, Keanu Mertens, with a little bit less than 10 minutes to go. He is currently your heat leader. All right, 4.17, so still both of the boys waiting for a couple more scores to be coming their way at the moment. First set coming through, both of these guys being able to get a couple waves. A little bit less than 9 minutes to go. We are currently in round number 2 of the competition, elimination round out there, heat number 4. And it does look like it's turned a little bit more offshore at the moment, and hopefully the wind will start to filter through one more time, and we will have some better conditions. Very tricky out there, but there is some nice surfing. And out the back, that is Keanu Mertens trying to make his way over to the Westpoint to see if he can land another nice little right-hander. One of the longest right-handers in the Atlantic over here, right in front of the Westpoint Hotel. And we will have to see, because out the back, it does look like Gray Foster is starting to come down on a wave. Let's see what he has for us here. Okay, out of the USA, Gray Foster needing a 2.38 to be going through into the lead. Straight lining at the moment, getting past that foam ball. Let's see. Section getting a little whack. Not going quite as vertical, but keeping the speed, which is probably good because it is very light. Here we can see him coming down one more time. Let's see if he's able to engage on the turn. There's a nice section here. What's he got for us? Little smackaroo off the top there. Engaging one more time. That's a better turn. There we have one more hack. We're coming in, making his way down. This is looking like a better wave. It is opening all the way down for the American, and he still has some more action. If he can keep the power in his kite, he will be able to get yet another turn, riding this one all the way to the bottom. This is definitely going to be a good score for him, and he is going to be very happy to start to get those numbers up on the competition leaderboard. Gray Foster, ladies and gentlemen, that was a very nice wave. And here we have Keanu dropping in with a good amount of speed. Linking the turns. Oh, going for a little 180, little slash back there. And off the top. Oh, just unfortunately not keeping it together. And going down there on that one. And waiting for the numbers there. 4.60 there from Gray Foster. Well deserved. picked off a nice set wave all the way up the top, rode it all the way to the bottom. Judges rewarding there for the wave selection, and that was definitely a very good score for him. 7.03, leading this heat. And both of the athletes making their way back up to the top of the competition area to see if they can score yet another set. Still 5.5 minutes on the clock. I reckon we're going to be seeing one more potential scoring set waves. But at the moment, quite close in between these two. A bit more than 1 point in the lead for the American Gray Foster. But Keanu Mertens seems like he is a little bit more in position. But we will have to find out as both of them are scoring through the water to see who gets back up there and has first priority.
Take off. The home point has dated. Please check it on the map.
And there we can see a beautiful bird eye view all the way across the competition area. And there we can see some of the waves, and there is a set. And that is, if I'm not mistaken, yes, that is a Gray Foster taking off on yet a very nice wave, making his way down. Looking to improve on a 2.43 backup score. Was able to get a couple of turns at the beginning, but it didn't really roll down this point that we have here. But he is making the most of it, still trying to ride the little foam ball all the way into the inside. As we said, trying to improve on that 2.43. And now he is actually going to run up the beach, which is quite a few of those. We saw that quite a lot last year as this low tide came towards us. And there we can see him making his way back up to the corner. And there on your screen, that is Keanu Mertens, as he is sailing through the competition area while Gray Foster is running up the beach to make himself get himself back into position and see if he can score yet another wave, even though he is your current leader. Keanu probably one of the lighter riders over here on tour, so he is actually able to ride upwind. And it does look like there are some bumps coming his way. So he needs a 3.94 if he wants to take the lead. And there you can see right in front of the Westpoint Hotel. There's one of the restaurants out there right on the point. And there you can see the little apartments. Front seats, front row seats. Like I said this morning, you can pretty much see the competition from your shower if you wanted to. And there we can see both of our athletes trying to make their way back up. But it is Gray Foster, the American at the moment, who is your top athlete.
No signal.
Here we have Keanu Merton making his way down Can he get on this wave? It does look, this is looking like a nice set wave. As we said, there was going to be one more set, and here it is. Check turn, get himself back to the foam board. Wants to be sticking to that. Gets another one off the top. Can he stay on it? Oh, just being able to keep the speed. Oh, breaking up a lot there. Judges are definitely going to penalize that because it shows that he is using the kite and not surfing the wave. He only needs a 4.11, but he is going to have to work it here at this bottom section if he wants that. Getting pulled off the back of the wave, that is unfortunate. That is going to be a hard opportunity. And definitely a missed opportunity there for the German rider, as that was a very nice set wave. It had scoring potential, but unfortunately couldn't quite get it together. As we come in just a little bit over the final 30 seconds of the heat. And Keanu knows it. He knows how important that was and is trying to scrap around to see if he can get something here on the inside. And there we can see the bird's eye view of this beautiful location here for the first event of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup, Dakhla, Morocco, of the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. Final 10 seconds of this heat. Keanu is riding a little wave here on the inside. But just unfortunately, I do not think that is going to be enough, needing that 4.11. So we'll wait for confirmation. But I think it is safe to say that it is going to be Gray Foster who is going to be making it through to the next round and continuing on in this competition. So here we can see, even though the buzzer is gone, he was on this wave before that buzzer, so that means he will continue forward. And yes, that is official. It is Gray Foster advancing through to the next rounds. The American continues on in the competition, and unfortunately there for the young German athlete, his trip over here in Dakhla has been cut a little short. And as we can see, both of these athletes there, you can see the tide has gone out. And in that little white hut next to the two brown huts, that is us with our live studio front and center, where we will be bringing you all the action. And we can just start to enjoy these beautiful drone shots here of our competition area. And here we can see some of the highlights of that heat in between Gray Foster and Keanu Mertens. But it is Gray Foster who is going to be making it through to the next round. And we will be getting an interview from him very shortly as we continue on with the competition. Conditions are a little lighter out there at the moment, but it does look like the wind is coming back our way. And we will now be moving on to round number 3, heat number 1. Gabriel Benetton from Brazil, Camille Delanois from France, and Francesco Capuzzo from Italy.
Gray, tough heat, but we're now through to round 3. How does that feel? Obviously a little bit short on round 1, but now we're into round 3 after that heat.
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm glad I could make it back into the competition, come back. Yeah, it was a good heat. You know, it was tough to pick sets. It got a little bit smaller. The size dropped a little bit, but because the tide went out so much, yeah, I was able to really walk all the way out to the point, really. And I think that's what allowed me to get a little bit longer rides and keep close to the section.
Yeah, I saw you walking out there. Now the tide had pushed out. We obviously had a little bit of that last year on the competition day, but see a little bit as well. You've been training in the DR, in the Dominican Republic. What are the waves and things like that been out there? Do you think it's given you good preparation for the first event of the Kite-Surf year?
Yeah, I think it has. I really enjoy the Dominican Republic. In the summertime, they get wind almost every day. And then you have a really good right point break like this in Encuentro. And then when you want to do flat water training for strapless freestyle, you have La Boca. And it's just a really good spot. And I live in Miami, so it's a quick flight to get to the Dominican Republic. So it's really easy training for the summer.
Perfect. Well, you're here now in Dakhla, Morocco, Westpoint, here to compete. You're through to the next round.
Yep.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And we'll see you on the next one.
Thanks.
Joe, back to you.
Thank you, Liam. Yeah, very good ride in there from Graham. Great to see him continuing on. Oh, Cabaretti, what a great spot. That brings back memories. Encuentro and La Boca, Lax and Onos. That was definitely some very good times back in the PKA days. We'll be looking forward to going there very soon, hopefully. But back on the water we have Gabriel Benetton is up against Francesco Capuzzo. So that is two of the riders out there on the water, and they are going to be joined by Camille Delanoy. So three very top athletes out there. Your round number 3. So once again, this is an elimination round. Let's not forget, we saw there from Gabriel making his way through in first position of this heat, and this is the first time we're going to see Camille and Francesco Capuzzo. Francesco Capuzzo, a few years back, getting a 4th position at Punta Preta for his backside riding, and there you can see why. Very talented waterman. He has competed on the Windsurfing World Tour. He is one of the top riders on the GWA Wingfoil World Tour, and he is one of the best riders out there on the GKA Kite-Surf World Tour. So you pretty much put a board underneath this man's feet and he will perform, and he is an ambassador on and off the water. So it was great to have El Maestro, as we call him, over here in Dakhla. And looks like out the back I can see Camille Delanoy is going to be making his way down on North Team Rider. But currently on your screen with the bird's eye view, that is Gabriel Benetton, the youngster coming out of Brazil with his local spot of Rancho de Peixe, one of the strapless freestyle paradises where we've had a few events up there near Praia. And looking forward to be going back there this season, as we will be going to Taiba for the final event of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup. So let's have a little look of the scores, Harvey, that we have for this heat to see who is in the lead. There's definitely been a couple waves already being surfed here from two of these athletes, and there we can see on your screen that is Gabriel, the Brazilian rider, looking backwards to see if he's going to decide. So he is going to be taking off on this wave. Going backside, so Goofy Rider, let's see what he has for us. This is actually looking like a nice wave, and I can see it's opening up and starting to filter down. Okay, engages. Big hack. All the way up, going vertical and getting that tail around. Very nice. Once again, another hack, keeping the speed, making sure he stays close to that foam ball so he can get past this little flat section that we've been seeing quite a few athletes have trouble with. A little bit of a wall climb there, using the power of that foam ball, and now this is where he's going to start to open out. As this mid-section does, you've got to keep the speed if you want to get past that white water, and really having 4 very nice turns, turning out. Great numbers there for him. Let's wait and see what kind of scores the judges are giving him. But at the moment, it does look like the young Brazilian, once again, is on a road to be having a very good heat, as he already has a 10.60 and just waiting for confirmation. Yes, I am waiting there for confirmation on some of those scores, as they aren't validated yet. And there we have, once again, the eagle eye, the bird's eye view. In the red, that is Camille Delanoy. And out the back there, we can see Gabriel Benetton and Francesco Capuzzo, the 3 riders from this heat. All right, so yes, there we have some scores coming our way. So it is official at the moment, a 7.37 with a 1.97 and 5.40 for Gabriel Benetton. In second position, we have Francisco Capuzzo with a 3.40 and Camille Delanoy with a 1.27 at the moment. There's currently just under 9 minutes left of this heat, so a little bit more than halfway through. We've already had one set, so there's definitely more time for a few. And let's see who is going to be making it through, because let's not forget, elimination rounds coming our way.
Battery level is low. The aircraft low battery warning.
Camille here dropping in on a little wave, trying to get a few turns in as he is currently in third position. One of the most talented strapless freestylers that we have on this tour. Let's not forget, coming second in events as such as we saw Prayer with some of the best riding we saw in between Ayrton Cosolino and him. He won the single elimination, and Ayrton came back in the doubles. And now whacking it up here on the surfing, trying to get through. As you can see there, Camille Delanoy with a 1.27, so he will be improving that as he will have a second score. But Gabriel Benetton already a 5.4 on the scorecards, proving he is definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with over here at the first stop of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup, Dakhla, Morocco. And what a way to start off that discipline of the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. So the tide is definitely pushed out, but as we predicted, the wind has turned around a little bit and the waves are starting to come in. As it goes a little bit more offshore, it's quite hard for the riders to stay further upwind to be able to be in position for those waves, and also to be able to stay on the wave when they're surfing them. They have to make sure they keep that kite low, and you have to be careful because as it is gusty and as this is a point break, if that kite is too low, you will be pulled off the back of the wave. So here we can see Camille Delanoy. There was Francesco Capuzzo also dropping in, so it looks like we're going to have some synchronized surfing. Francesco, who needs a 5.15 if he wants to overtake Gabriel, and he has gone there. You can see switching it from backside to front side. All right, now it looks like he has a nice wave. Camille here on the inside, I can also say, has been having a nice surf. We'll try and get a replay of that for you afterwards. And in the back, you can also see Gabriel. So this is a set where all three of these athletes have been able to pull. Big hack there from Francesco, right underneath the lip, getting the tail loose, and a little bit of the golden sun in the background as it starts to come out in front of us. Francesco Capuzzo riding this one all the way to the bottom as he is looking for a second wave score, so he's definitely going to be able to do that, and he is going all the way down. Judges are going to be liking what they're seeing. Probably 2 or 3 good, decent turns on that, and then the rest were kind of check turns back to the foam ball. And Gabriel Benetton definitely had a couple of good ones. Hopefully we'll be able to see a replay of that soon, and wow, really like how he accelerates and the speed and the power this youngster has. So 5 minutes left on the ticker. Making his way all the way out the back, I can see Camille Delanoy. Looks like Gabriel is going to use the old conveyor belt and run up the beach to the point. But no, yes he is. So he's going to be coming back to the shore, and he's going to be making and running his way up. And I can see out of the corner of my booth, it is Camille Delanoy with the red kite. Cometa Rojo, or Javi. Red kite, there we have him. Camille Delanoy making his way forward. And there it is. He's getting in on this wave, and this is looking like a very nice set wave. So let's have a look at this. The Frenchman, Camille Delanois, dropping in. Let's see. Oh! Saving that, getting yanked by the gust. Unfortunately, missing that first turn. Let's see if he can make the most of this because it's a nice wave. Okay, a little tail loose, keeping it to the foam ball. It is opening up nicely all the way down the beach, as you can see, making sure he gets that kite, giving him a few yanks. Off the top again, 2 check turns. He's going to need to start to get a little bit more of a hack if he wants to get some of the scores. Gets a little shampoo there underneath the lip. Comes down here on this intersection for the finisher. Okay, decent wave there for Camille Delanois, who was aiming for a 4-point something if he wants to be able to keep going through. And there it is. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Was able to keep it together. A good balance because he got completely yanked through on that first turn. I'm waiting to see how the judges are going to be scoring that last wave, as he is currently in 3rd position. Gabriel Benetton, I can see out of the corner of my stream, is still running up the beach. And there's that beautiful bird's eye view of our competition area. And you can see there with the red North carved kite, that is Camille Delanois. And out the back with the RRD, that will be Francesco Capuzzo, who is just about to drop in on a wave. And let's see what the Italian has here for us. There he goes, loops the kite, turning around. That is what I call front row seats. Makes his way around, looking for this section, keeps himself to the foam ball. This is where the wave starts to jack up. This is where they have to keep their power. Boom! Letting that tail go. Very nice. Open arc, opening the shoulders, letting those hips loose. Here he comes, one more time, yet another turn. Could see there in the back down, it does look like Camille as well. Can he keep it together, Francesco? Oh, just losing it there at the final moment. And there we could see in the back of our screen also Camille Delanois with this very nice inside wave. Here we have him. Get the popcorn. This is about as close as you're going to get. He is going to try and make it past that little foam ball, but no, unfortunately, that has closed out in front of him. So let's have a little look at the numbers. Camille Delanois, 6.47. Francesco Capuzzo, 7.80. Gabriel Benetton with a 10.57. Very close in between 2nd and 3rd position. Elimination positions out there. Let's see who is going to be going through to the next rounds, as we have just coming up on 1.5 minutes. 1.5 minutes. And it is going to be the Brazilian out there front and center on your screen. Gabriel, who is the only athlete who is going to be in position in time and going to be able to have a scoring possibility. You gotta love these drone views. You gotta love these drone shots where you can see the perspective of the ocean out there. And there is the Brazilian rider making his way in. It doesn't look like there's much coming his way as we are closing in on a little less than 40 seconds. He is going to be the only athlete to be able to get back out there and have yet another wave. And he is currently in 1st position. So it does look like he is going to be winning yet another heat. And let me have a little look outside of my booth. It does look like a set is coming his way. So I think we're going to see one more surf wave here from this young man out of Brazil, 18 years of age. The Vice Big Air world champion of the strapless discipline over there in Tarifa. And there it is. That is going to be the end of this heat. And we can just enjoy this victory run out there. Gabriel Benetton from Brazil, your winner, who has been putting on a show so far and showing that he means business. The youngster can do the freestyle. And I tell you what, it definitely looks like he can surf the surf. Watch out, athletes. Brazil is coming, and he is here to stay. Let's have a little look and start and see some of the highlights of that last heat, because there was some solid action out there. And on your screen right now, look at that, getting low, getting that tail around, going vertical, then flipping it down. Judges are definitely going to be liking that, and it's with moves like that that he has been able to achieve the scores to be able to take him through into the next round. Your heat winner from Brazil, Gabriel Benetton. There you can see some of the action there of that past heat. Francesco Capuzzo, Gabriel Benetton, and Camille Delanois, all three of these athletes throwing it down for us here. And we are just waiting.
Gabriel, we're in and we're through. You seem pretty stoked when you came off the beach there. You've just knocked out two big names.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
Yeah, I'm feeling amazing, you know. I'm just happy to have like great conditions to compete. Again, waves are perfect rides coming in, and yeah, I took it.
Yeah, no, I mean, you were the first heat of the day today. Yeah. You've now had a few hours of not competing. You're back in the water. Since this morning, the tide has changed quite dramatically. It's now low tide. You first competed at high tides. How were the conditions different from your first heat today?
Yeah, for sure. The first heat, as you said, the tide was a little bit higher, so the wave was a little bit like more to the inside, and now it's coming like with the low tide, the wave is coming all the way back into the shore here. Amazing.
Well, look, you seem pretty stoked. Yeah. You're through to round 4. Well
you.
Done, and we'll see you in the next one.
Thank you.
And back to you, Jay.
Thank you, Liam. Yeah, great action there from Gabriel one more time. Let's see what he is going to be producing, because let's not forget, riders making their way through. First rider will be going through to round number 5. And we will have to see what action is going to be coming our way. But before we do, we are going to take a short commercial break and be back with round number 3, heat number 2.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience, and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight, to flying passengers to hundreds of destinations around the globe. We launched our first premium terminal dedicated to first and business class passengers and opened the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport. In 2017, we broke the record for the longest commercial flight with 9,032 miles flown and delivered unforgettable experiences to our passengers on board and on the ground, reuniting millions of families during the pandemic. You're the reason we go above and beyond. And you've helped us become the world's best airline, a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
And welcome back, everybody, to the beautiful location of Dakhla, Morocco, for the first day of the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. Discipline of kite surfing over here for the GKA Kite World Cup. Dakhla, Morocco, what a location, and here we already see waves coming our way. Currently on your screen, that is one of the top surfers we have on tour, Pedro Matos out of Brazil. He is going up against Tony Chiliberto and Luke Millard. Those are your top 3 riders out there on the water. Currently, it is that man on your screen, Pedro Matos, your current leader, with a 10.20 already. And let's see who is going to be taking the win in this heat. Round number 3. First position will be making his way through to round number 5. Second position to round number 4. 10 minutes on the clock. We have 15-minute heats, with the top 2 waves are the ones that score out of 12 wave attempts. If you are just joining us, this is the first tour stop of the year, and we are here in the beautiful location of the Western Sahara of Dakhla for this right-hand point break. And wow, are the conditions out there today, and we can see on your screen there going backside, that is the Italian RRD rider, Tony Chiliberto. Unfortunately, going down there, you can see a couple of check turns, but going off the back. And it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, yes, that will be Luke Millard. Starting to make his way forwards on this wave. He has a 1.33, so looking for a backup score. And the highest wave score of the day so far, Pedro Matos, with a 7.03. Unfortunately, we can see there Luke going off the back of the wave. And now we're going to be waiting for our athletes and see, but yeah, there it is. So Luke deciding to go and take off on this set wave, and I think that is a very good decision because it looks like it is lining up all the way across the competition area. So here, coming out of Australia, Ocean Rodeo rider Luke Millard taking down, and oh, unfortunately going off the back there. And there we can see Pedro Matos, the Brazilian, flying off of the white water of that wave. These guys are keeping it very, very busy out there. Here we can see the Brazilian really keeps to the foam ball, gets it so he can hit it right there. Unfortunately closing out in front of him, so he can get right into the pocket. There we can see him coming down back to that power zone. This is where he's going to send that kite, loop it around, send it down. And making sure he knows exactly where he is, deciding against that one. We can see a nice backside turn there from Tony Chiliberto. These boys keeping themselves busy. Round number 3 of day 1 of the competition here in Morocco. And what a day it has been so far.
Battery level is low. The aircraft will go to the home point in 10 seconds.
All right, Tony Chiliberto making his way out to the back. They even got a nice little hat going there, old Aussie style. As we come at just a little bit over halfway through this heat. And there we can see our athletes there with the bird's eye view. And there we can see Luke Millard, the Australian, coming in on yet another set wave. There's been some very nice sets already throughout this heat. He is currently in third position, comboed out so far. And our drone shot making sure we can see even the white in his eyes. Pedro Matos out the back. Yet again, all of these riders keeping themselves busy. Pedro, a very talented young Brazilian surfer. There you can see him looping it around, starting to get the power. Here he comes. Hits it, smack right in the middle of the power section. Now he can come down, where he makes his way through to this middle section of the wave. Looks behind him, sees that it doesn't have scoring potential, and he is going to be making the most of that wave to go back upwind and hopefully come on yet another set wave, as we've just gone past the final 6 minutes of this heat. All three riders trying to make their way back up to the point right in front of the Westpoint Hotel, where we have this nice little right-hand point break. We saw in that previous heat, once again, Gabriel Benetton taking the win. The young Brazilian definitely meaning business. He came second in the Big Air, the Qatar Airways Big Air World Championship back in Tarifa over there in the summer. And now it looks like he definitely means business over in the waves as well, but also Pedro Matos so far with the highest scoring wave of the day with a 7.03. He's always a force to be reckoned with. Also the Brazilian Sebastián Ribeiro, who was a QS surfer, here with us as well. Looking forward to seeing him coming on the water very soon. James Carew and Ayrton Cosolino. Those four riders were the top athletes out there last year over here in Dakhla. Ayrton taking the win and James claiming his World Championship title here for the first time in his career. And I know all of them are very hungry to be having more action. The waves are there, the conditions are there, and they want to fight and battle it out. There is definitely bragging rights are on the table, and let's see who is going to be the best surfer down here in the desert. Tony Chiliberto going backside, keeping himself low, letting that tail loose. Getting pulled off the wave a little bit there by the kite, but still managing to keep himself down. It is a little bit more offshore on this bottom section, but he's linked this one up nicely. Good wave selection, reading it well over the top, but okay, can he keep it together? Cat-like reflexes there from the Italian. And we can see the other riders also have been jumping in on set waves. Pedro Matos and Luke Millard I can see out of the corner of my eye. And here we can have Pedro Matos, the Brazilian, smackaroo, letting water loose. Oh, getting those fins. This is going to be opening up nicely for him. Goes up. Big open face turn. Getting that hand in the water and using it as a handbrake. And let's see what the finisher is going to be. Completely breaking himself. Are we going to be seeing an air? I reckon we are. Yes, we are. Little pop to revert there to end it off. A very nice wave for him. And while Pedro was coming down on that wave, I can tell you Luke Millard was keeping himself busy. So it is nothing is up for granted there at the moment. But Pedro definitely has a solid command and lead with a 10.76. And Luke Millard at the moment needs a 1.97 to get himself into that safe position. And there we can see all three athletes making their way back, as there is just a little bit over 2 minutes to go. And they need to put some distance if they want to be able to be back in position before the buzzer. So Luke trying to grab up some more points as he is now in second position. So in that safe zone with a 7.33. Oh, off the top, letting that tail loose. Very nice there from him. Once again, linking two turns together. Just going to be liking that. Oh, just unfortunately going over the nose there as we are approaching the final minute. And it does look like both Pedro and Tony Chiliberto are back in position. Pedro at the moment also with the highest combination heat score of the day, with a 13.00 and the highest wave score of the day with a 7.03. Let's see if anybody can beat that in the coming heats, but already putting on a solid performance and definitely showing that he is hungry and he is here to take the win. Oh, going for that revert, but unfortunately getting pulled over by the kite. But Pedro leaving nothing in the tank, full pedal to the metal. And he is freight training his way through this heat, your current leader. And the final seconds of this heat as it stands, it looks like, yes, it is official. So the winner of this heat, making his way through to round number 5, is going to be Pedro Matos. And into round number 4 is going to be Luke Millard. Congratulations to both of them. And let's have a little look at the highlights of that heat, because there was some serious action coming down here. Day number 1 of competition. And at the moment, it looks like Pedro Matos is the top rider out there. And welcome back, everybody. There we saw some of the best highlights out there on the water. And we could see that heat where we had Pedro Matos taking the win. And we're going to go down to the beach because I can see Liam is going to grab a short interview with him. And Pedro, I tell you one thing, he has a smile on his face.
So I'm here with Pedro, who's just won his heat. It's the first time you've seen you on the water. How do you feel? How's it to be back in Dakhla, Morocco at Westpoint and surfing these amazing waves that we have?
Yeah, I've been watching the guys ripping the entire day and just keep going in the water right now. The wind is a bit gusty, as you can see, but yeah, I'm pretty happy with my first heat. I got like 2 good waves. It was pretty slow actually, the waves, but it was fun. Like, what a good guy, was fun. And I'm stoked with the board, stoked with the kite. I'm trying the new D-Lab now.
And how is that in these conditions?
It works perfectly. Like, I'm pretty powered on my 12 and the conditions are like the light wind and gusty, and there are some parts of the waves that the wind are not that good. But with this sky, like, it feels amazing.
No, it's great to see it. You probably don't realise yet, but that was the biggest score that we've had all day, the highest scoring wave and the highest scoring combo. So credit to you. We'll look forward to seeing you in the next round. So
how much was it?
I think, off the top of my head, 13, I believe.
Okay.
7.03.
Yeah, through to the next round, and we'll see you then.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah. Thanks.
And that's back to you, Jay.
Thank you, Liam. Yeah, best combination score and the best wave of a 7.03. Pedro definitely setting down the hammer early on, and now in the water, one of my favorite riders, Nikola Abadiev out of Bulgaria, who is a style meister. So much flow, so much ease. And also we have Artur Moraes, the youngster from Taiba, Brazilian. And then this man on your screen, Sebastian Ribeiro. Sebastian comes on and off of tour, mostly coming to the wave events. He has a QS world surfing class background, a very, very powerful Brazilian surfer. And when he gets on the waves, it is just magic. He really uses the power of the wave and does pure surfing. And it looks like all of the athletes are going to be making their way back up to the point. But as it stands, there we can see Sebastian Ribeiro, 4.27, already taking the lead. And while we wait for all of these athletes to make their way back, we're going to use this opportunity and take a short commercial break.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience, and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight, to flying passengers to hundreds of destinations around the globe. We launched our first premium terminal dedicated to first and business class passengers and opened the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport. In 2017, we broke the record for the longest commercial flight with 9,032 miles flown, and delivered unforgettable experiences to our passengers on board and on the ground, reuniting millions of families during the pandemic. You're the reason we go above and beyond, and you've helped us become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
And welcome back, everybody, as we have action out there in the water at the moment. Sebastian Ribeiro already on top of the leaderboard. And we can just see some of the riders making their way back out one more time as your top athlete out there in this heat, the Brazilian Ribeiro. In second position, we have also Arthur Ribeira also coming out of Brazil, so a very strong Brazilian fleet. And now we are waiting to see and go for a little bit further up the competition area, as it looks like a couple of our athletes are already making their way on yet another wave. Ese no es competidor. And there we have it. Okay, so coming down one more time. That is looking like Sebastian Ribeiro in the front. There you can see just how he utilizes every little part of the wave, and you can just see, look at the timing right there. Boom, off the top, a little bit of a floater. He has the speed, linking it together again. Look at the power and the amount of water coming off the top. Getting the south end, rail to rail. This is what the judges want to see. Staying on the wave, not going out in front and then jacking the kite around and turning around. He is always on the wave, pure surfing style, and a big finisher there for Sebastian Ribeiro. I reckon we might start to see some potential big scores coming our way. At the moment, it is Pedro Matos, who has the highest wave score of a 7.03. And let's have our heat scores come up here on the screen so we can see who is in the lead. All right, so it is at the moment Sebastian Ribeiro with a 6.23, a 10.50 total. And just waiting for that scoring graphic to come on our screen to see exactly what the positions are out there. And there it is. So Sebastian Ribeiro, 10.50 first position. Nicolas Abdabiev, 4.37 in second. And closely behind there, Artur Moraes with a 4.30. As we start to come in with the beautiful sunset coming over here in day number 1 of the competition. I already had some solid waves coming in our way, and we can start to see the low tide, a couple of the little old rocks making their way, appearing through the water. But that is not going to put a miss on any of our athletes at the moment. You can see there Sebastian Ribeiro in potential of having the best combination score, but his fellow countryman Pedro Matos at the moment with a 13 total, a little bit more, but already putting down some solid numbers and are very consistent across the board. As you can see, a 6.23 and a 6.7. As some of the bigger names start to come out on to the competition floor, we can see those scores increasing and increasing. But that tide is starting to go down. Sunset comes around 8 o'clock. It is just gone 7 o'clock local time. So we've probably got about another hour of competition coming our way. And we are currently now in heat number 3 of round number 3 over here in Dakhla. And coming up next, we will see, coming our way on to the water, we will have Hendrik Lopez, Yaris Del Olmo, and Ayrton Cosolino. Quite a lot of time in between sets now at the moment, and there it looked like, yes, that was Artur Moraes looking like he was going to take off on a wave. Okay, here it is starting to open up nicely. First track turn, even grabbing the line there so he can get the kite in the right position. Check turn back to the foam ball. This is where they have to wait out, be patient, and wait for that wave to start to jack up one more time in this middle section. Here you can see just right in the foam, and now where it hits that inner sandbank, they have probably 1 or 2 turn opportunities depending on how they time it. And if they're lucky, it will filter all the way down right over here in front of the judges. And it does look like this one is going to be a nice one. Can he keep the speed? Yes, he does. This is a very good wave. Linking it all the way from the top, getting some solid turns, keeping his gravity low, keeping him getting that, whacking it off. Oh, and a big finisher there for Artur. Let's see. He needs a 9.0 if he wants to take the win. But in the lead is this man there on your screen, Sebastian Ribeiro. Look how he always is braking, making sure that he does not go away from the power section of the wave. Open, hacking, big carving, Mick Fanning style turn there. Back to the foam ball. Here he's going to loop it, get some more speed. Making sure that he is in position, always timing it perfect off the top again. Linking it to another move, back to the foam ball. Now this is where he's going to start to speed up one more time. Big open face hack there from the Brazilian. Just constantly in contact with the wave, opening the shoulders, really fluid. Making sure he knows exactly where he is. A little bit of an airdrop there. And a big finish one more time. Sebastian Ribeiro. Watch out, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you what, the Brazilians mean business. Pedro Matos, Sebastian Ribeiro, and Gabriel Benetton. Probably the top 3 athletes out there at the moment. Brazil is definitely coming with fire, but that is no surprise with the surfing background all of these athletes have. And here we can see the replay of that heat. Look how he just opens his shoulders, drives through off of the top, even getting a little floater and some airtime there. Straight in once again, Shebang opens the shoulder. Gets himself back into that position, straight in, linking another maneuver, letting the tail loose, pushing himself down. Just constant movement there for Sebastian Ribeiro. And here we can see Artur Moraes once again making his way down, and it is there. 9.0 for Sebastian Ribeiro for that last wave. The highest scoring wave of the competition so far on his first heat of the first day. I tell you what, we are definitely going to be seeing some very big scores coming from these guys. And Sebastian Ribeiro, always a force to be reckoned with when he comes to these wave events, and throwing down the hammer early on in the competition. Just under 2 minutes to go. And there you can see Gabriel Benetton and Sebastian Ribeiro walking back up on the shore, making the most of the little sand conveyor belt to get themselves back into position. Nikolai Adagiev all the way out the back trying to get back into position. And here we can see Moraes. Also very nice style. Love those open arc handbrake turns. Powerful moves, driving all the way through. Look at that. Roundhouse all the way back to the foam ball. Great surfing here as we approach the final minute. And you can see how far that tide really has gone out, as the sand is all the way up as we approach the final 30 seconds of this heat. And what a performance from Sebastian Ribeiro. A 9.0 and a 6.70. Total of 15.70. The highest wave and the highest combination score. Showing his dominance and proving a point. But definitely coming up next, we are also going to be seeing some more athletes coming our way. Hendrik Lopez, Yanis Olmo from Italy, and Ayrton Cosolino, the event winner last year and a past 2 times world champion. Big heats coming our way, but the number to beat at the moment is the 9.0 and that 15.70 total. Okay, so there it is, official results. It is going to be Sebastian Ribeiro is going to be the winner of this heat, and just waiting for scores to be dropped here for Nikola Abdavjiev, as he needs a 5.29 to advance through into the next round. As the winner goes to round 5 and number 2 goes to round 4. He's trying to make the most out of this wave, and here is section a little bit, another section. He's going to try and get a couple more turns in on it here. That is definitely going to be a hard one to beat. We will soon find out. But while we do, let's have a little look at the highlights of that heat. Javi, no pongas comercial, esto es campeón del mundo en el agua. Vamos al directo a la acción. All right. So we are back. And coming out on the water, watch out. We have a past world champion, Ayrton Cosolino, in there. Yaris Delormo, the Italian stallion, and Hendrik Lopez. There we can see Mr. Cosolino starting off, as there is a very nice set wave as soon as these boys hit that buzzer. Ayrton, the winner from last year, and already starting to get a very nice wave all the way down. The number to beat is that 9.0 out there from Sebastian Ribeiro. And Ayrton already getting one all the way from the top to the very bottom section. And it looks like he's going to be looking for one of his airs here. Is he going to be able to make it? Couple of big turns all the way down. So Ayrton Cosolino starting off strong. And let's see what his other two athletes have done out there, because each athlete has picked out on a wave. So hopefully we'll be able to see some replays of that. Here we have Hendrik Lopez, also on the way down. Beautiful set has come through to start off this heat. And not as much power or speed as Ayrton. And then Hendrik said it was really a dream come true to be in the water in a heat with Ayrton, as both of these boys travel a lot together, and they are also family. And we can see out there Yanis Delormo had a nice back sideways. So Ayrton Cosolino starting off strong with an 8.27. That is what I call a big opener. The strongest opener wave we've seen so far. So Ayrton Cosolino, the last year's winner. And let's have a little look at that replay of that last wave. So here it is. Look at that power. Just look how he hacks. Makes sure he goes all the way back to the white water to be able to keep going down. Love these open side turns as he really just drags that handbrakes himself, making sure he keeps the speed. And is always back into that section. You can see linking it up, going nice and vertical all the way down on that one. So good moves there from the Cape Verdean. Oh, Ayrton just having some fun out there on the water. Looking like he was going for a backflip for some reason out there on that one. This is when you can see Ayrton is dangerous. When he is in that comfort zone. When he is happy, he's smiling, he's playing, and he's having fun out there. That is when athletes have to start worrying. Opening up with an 8.27, that is one way to start off a heat. But he is up against also Hendrik Lopez and Yanis de Olmo, so no easy heats when it comes to the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour. Everybody throws down at these competitions. And over here on Dakhla, Morocco, for the first event of the Kite-Surf season, it is great to already see 9s and high 8s landing here on the initial rounds of the competition. So as it was predicted, as soon as that tide got past that halfway point, they did say that the waves and the wind were going to be back, and they were right on the money. We had a little bit of a lull there in the middle, and there we can see that kite swooping. That is Hendrik Lopez already starting to drop in on yet another wave. And as you can see, it's opening up very nicely. Big turn. Can he put it together? Oh, got the tail loose. But unfortunately was not able to keep his balance out on the board. That was a shame, because that wave was opening up very nicely. And now we can see Yanis de Olmo out the back there on the right-hand corner of your screen. It looks like he is hunting and searching for his second wave, as he is currently in third position. Here we have the young Italian rider, Yanis de Olmo. Oh, nice and vertical turn off of that one. But just getting a little bit caught up in the foam ball. He is going to have to Speedy Gonzalez it down if he wants to be able to continue out on this wave. Missing that second section. Judges are going to be penalizing him for that. And now pretty much on the top of the wave. Now he's kind of regained control and getting another turn, but going head over heels there, unfortunately. So that is not going to be a big scorer for him, but a couple of nice turns there from Yanis. And that first one was very vertical. Just kept himself a little bit too far back on the foam ball and couldn't quite get back into position. And now all the way up the top, I can see both of the riders, Hendrik Lopez in the middle of your screen and Ayrton Cosolino all the way up on the right. Looks like Ayrton is going to be hunting down that set wave. He's won here before last year. He knows what he needs. He knows how to pull out the goods to take that crown home. But there is a lot of hungry riders out there this year, and we will soon find out as both of these boys are starting to drop in on yet another set wave. Okay, out the back, there we have on your screen now, Ayrton Cosolino already had 2 solid turns in on this wave, opening it all the way from the beginning. Off the top, Ayrton one more time, linking that section. This wave is looking like it's going to open up very nicely. Here he has, there's the check turn. This is when it starts to get, this is the middle section of the wave, so he's already linked the top all the way to the bottom. If he can potentially make some good scores, this could be a very big wave for him. Gets a little bit of a floater, keeps it together, getting that body low. Check turn back to the white water. Is this wave going to reform all the way down here? It does look like it is starting to form again. Riding it all the way from the point. A little bit of a slower section here, and this is where it starts to jack up. Ayrton keeping the speed, making sure he is in front of that white water. But there it has a little bit of a closeout in front of him. But what a ride. Pretty much from the whole competition area. Ayrton Cosolino looking for his backup score. And going to be very interesting to see how the judges have put the numbers to that one. And we are just approaching the midway point of this 15-minute heats. Athletes already on their 5th and 6th ride. Let's not forget they have 12 total waves. The top 2 scores are the ones that come out on the number cards. Ayrton Cosolino with a 4.90 there on that one. As yes, he did grab it all the way up the top, but the moves were not as vertical, were not as radical, and is not as linked as before. So judges marking the difference. So he is currently at a 13.17 total heat score. So there we have Cosolino making his way back up to the competition point break as we approach the 6.5 minutes. And there we can see also Hendrik Lopez Kite making his way across as well, as both of these athletes together with Yaris Del Olmo staying further up top right in front of the Westpoint Hotel. And there we have all 3 athletes getting ready . Yaris Del Olmo dropping in. This wave is opened up very nicely. Can he keep the speed? If he can, he's going to get past this section. Very good wave selection here from the young Italian. All right, once again, Cosolino dropping in, looking to improve on that 4.90 backup score. This way, just the end. This is what I mean. This is what I was saying about Ayrton. He's playing. He's comfortable. He's in sync with the ocean. He's liking what he sees. And he is just having fun out there at the moment. And if Ayrton is having fun and getting 13.17s, excuse me, you just wait until he starts to get even more and more concentrated. We've seen the highest heat score there by Sebastián Ribeiro already. And we are looking to see if Cosolino is going to be improving that 8.27, his first opener wave of the heat and of the competition for the past winner above the 8. So a very good start. And here we can see Yaris Del Olmo very hard to keep the speed backside here. I'm waiting to see Matthew Lopez, who in my opinion is probably the best backside rider together with Kiahi de Boitis. Both of those boys can ride backside even better than their front side. And I'm looking forward to seeing Matthew out on the water and see what he can throw down here. As a lot of these riders are frontside riders, so you have Ayrton, who is a regular, you have James regular, Sebastian regular, and Pedro regular. 4 of the top riders are going frontside. So going to be interesting to see probably one of the best backside riders, if he can throw a little bit of a mix in there. I tell you what, Mr. Tropical never lets you down. I'm really looking forward to all of our athletes out there as we are approaching the final hours here of competition, as that sun is starting to go down, and I can even feel a little bit of a chill coming our way, but starting to warm us up and starting to get the adrenaline pumping. There we can see Hendrik Lopez flying through our screen. And there it is one more time. Ayrton Cozzolino looks like he's trying to decide to see if he's going to go on this wave. And it looks like he was deciding against that one, as we are just a little bit less than 3 minutes left. And there we have 3 friends, 3 gladiators, 3 warriors together, as they are waiting to see if there's going to be another set. I tell you what, Mother Nature, please listen to me. I want you to send another set our way. I want to see these boys throw down one more time before the end of this heat. Excuse me, getting a little sneeze on here. There you have the closest. That is Hendrik Lopez. Ayrton Cozzolino right next to the yellow boy. And there you can see them just shouting at each other, giving themselves some vibes. I reckon one of those boys can probably order a beer from the restaurant. The hotel is so close to this beautiful location of Westpoint. You can literally see it from the shower. I've been saying it all morning, and trust me, I'm asleep in the morning and I can even see them. And it is so good to see the waves and the conditions making their way down here to Dakhla, and what a first day we have had. All right, there it is. Yanis Delonmo dropping in on a wave, and it does look like also I can see out the back the other riders. So let's see. Final waves of the heat. Yanis Delonmo, the Italian. Oh, just unfortunately getting that kite caught up and going down. Here we can see Ayrton Cozzolino coming down on a wave, trying to improve on that 4.90. Yes, he does. Big turn. This one is opening up very nicely. Timing it right, letting go of the bar, utilizing pure surfing style. Picture perfect, letting that tail loose. And now the wave flattening out down here at the bottom. And I reckon Ayrton's going to give us a little bit of a flare, maybe a little bit of a freestyle move if I know him well. There it is. And a little pop to revert to end it off. So it is official. The winner of that heat is going to be Ayrton Cozzolino. So it looks like the past champion here in Dakhla is on point and is ready to defend his title. And welcome back, everybody. What an amazing heat we had there, and we saw one of the highest scores of the day with that wave there from Ayrton Cozzolino. And talking about the man himself, the winner of the event last year, we have a quick interview with him because I can see Liam is down there on the shore. How is that guy feeling?
So I'm down here with Ayrton Cozzolino, who's just come off for him his heat. Winner, how does it feel to be back at Dakhla? You're the reigning champ here, so how does it feel to be back?
Yeah, man, wow, feels amazing, dude. Feels amazing to be back. I mean, as I say every year, this is the spot, man. This is the place to be. It's like the people are amazing, you know, and the waves are just special for me. And today I got the great hit with my nephew, you know. Yeah. That was the first ever. Man, I didn't let him to win it because, you know, he's gonna be like, I win you for all life. So I didn't give him a chance.
When Hendricks came off, he was so excited to compete against you.
Yeah, man, me too, bro. Was amazing. I'm super stoked for him, man. It's crazy we are doing the same live, you know. Yeah. And yeah, I'm super cool. It's like we are training together. It's just the beginning, man.
Well, it's great. It's great that a sport like this can bring you guys together. Yeah, we must say that second wave that you had was the highest wave in that heat. Yeah. Absolutely ripping there. The conditions from last year to this year, obviously a lot bigger.
Yeah, a lot bigger.
Stoked for the rest of the competition?
Yeah, man. This one is gonna be crazy, you know, because a lot of people are gonna come for me. They want to fight back, but I'm not gonna give them a chance, you know. I'm gonna do all my best. This is just a warm up. Got a great hit again. Yeah. The wind starts to be a little gusty.
The wind's a little gusty. I'll let you get that kite down. Well done. Look forward to seeing Ayrton in the rest of the competition. And then we go back to you, Joe, for the rest of this heat.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight, to flying passengers to hundreds of destinations around the globe. We launched our first premium terminal dedicated to first and business class passengers and opened the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport. In 2017, we broke the record for the longest commercial flight with 9,032 miles flown, and delivered unforgettable experiences to our passengers on board and on the ground, reuniting millions of families during the pandemic. You're the reason we go above and beyond, and you've helped us become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
And welcome back, everybody, and it's good to see the champ saying that he is warming up and he is not going to let anybody come at him. Well, if a heat like that is a warm-up heat, I do not want to see when this guy is firing. In the water now, we have Ali Bakkali, the top Moroccan rider, who, as I said before, in various competition editions over here in Dakhla, has made it through to rounds 5 and 6. So a very force to be reckoned with. Obviously, local knowledge always does pay off. Here we can see also Reese Myerscott coming out of Canada, the Ocean Rodeo, the professor, as I call him. Dakhla has always been an event that he has loved. He has been on the podium various times, and probably one of the first events where we saw him push and fire was here in Dakhla, and looking forward to seeing more of him out there. Let's see what he's doing so far at the moment, a 5.53. And then in third position, Arsenio Diaz Cuncuña over there from Cabo Verde. Also a very talented strapless freestyler and has a very laid-back surf style. Sometimes has a hard time getting consistency together in the heats. When it comes to free riding, this guy rips. But already he looks like he is starting to get his groove. Already has a couple waves under his belt. Let's not forget 15-minute heats. Top 2 waves are the ones that count. And dropping in there on your screen, there we can see Ali Bikali. Ali, once again, you can see he is taking off in the right spot, reading the waves, but letting you know this is his playground. This is his backyard. And you can tell every wave he takes off, it really does have the scoring potential. Nice little hack there off of the top, letting go of the bar. Coming around, couple of check turns to make him go all the way back. And then there is this little section that sometimes you can see the guys start to air and do some of those air to reverts that we've seen. But, you know, what the judges are really looking for, they're looking for the flow, the style, pushing, linking the sections, connecting, and pure surf style. We've seen the highest scores being Sebastian Ribeiro with a 9.0. Why? Because he stays connected to the wave all the time. He doesn't go out into the flats and whacks the kite around and then comes back at it. He makes sure he is using the power of the ocean to give him that extra push, that extra points, and judges really are going to be rewarding that. And that is why at the moment he has the highest scoring heat combination and he has the highest wave score of the day. Watch out, the Brazilians are here and now out on the water at the moment. Ali Bakatli from Morocco is in the driving seat. Ali keeping himself busy, 4.97 or 4.03. Maybe he wants to start to try and get some of the bigger set waves because he is performing on all of these little ones, but there's only so much you can milk out of these small to medium-sized waves. If he can put in the same performance, picking off a set wave, that is definitely going to up his score probably by at least 2 or 3 points. All right, Reese Myerscott. Dakhla does wonders for this guy surfing. Now let's have a look. Little bit of a foam climb there, getting past that first section. It's going to be that check back turn. Coming back, making sure, having a little look behind him because he can see Ali throwing down the hammer. Reese again. Oh, front foot going off, and that's going to be a wipeout for him. And here we can see the young Moroccan bringing his way all the way down to the beach. This is definitely a better wave. You can see it's got the size, it's got the consistency. He has the flow, and he is making this one work all the way down. Very good wave selection here on this one. This is definitely going to be an improvement on his score. Back up of a 4.03. And maybe even looking for a little bit of shampoo out of that one. And getting a bit more of a washing machine. Oh, and we have a claiming fist. Brave moves to claim it here at the World Championship. Reese Myerscott out the back. Once again, it looked like that foot came off of his wave, and unfortunate because that wave was looking very nice. And just waiting for some scores to drop because I reckon there is going to be an increasing leadership here from Ali Bakali, but we will soon find out. All right, so let's have a little look. Yeah, so a little improvement there, a 4.83 there on that backup score from Ali Bakali, 9.80 total. Reese Myerscott with an 8.43. Has a very nice 5.53 for his first score and needs to get a better backup score. He has a 2.9, but loads of time still to do that. And then Arsenio Diaz, unfortunately, still hasn't been able to link a couple of waves together. He is currently in third position. All of the athletes are already all the way out the back and almost in position one more time. So Mother Nature, turn it on and send us some waves. Okay, Reese deciding on a middle section here. All right, here he comes. The Canadian, Ocean Rodeo, dropping in. Things down. Whack! Oh, nice open face turn there. Getting the hand and the hips loose. Good timing. Can he keep it together? Yes, he does. Combines it into a double move combo. Not sure if I'm a big fan of the double hand release on the bar there. But still another couple of very nice moves there from Reese Myerscott, starting to get his groove. Let's not forget, you've got to get loose out there, get the old pistons firing, get the juices flowing. And it does look like the Canadian is starting to get his groove as he knows this wave very well. And he also has been a podium rider here various times. And here we can see, look at this move. Off the top, full extension, gets the hand going, keeps the speed straight into yet another turn. And you can see full commitment, gets a bit of an air there, and then that's where he had that release. So 10.64 there for Ali Bakali, 9.00 for Reese Myerscott. You can see there a 3.47 on that last wave as we approach the final 3.5 minutes. And we are starting to get the candles out there because it is getting romantic down here in Dakhla. As the wind is starting to drop a little bit, but we will be here until dark as there is a lot of competition to be coming our way and we want to make the most of these beautiful conditions. Currently in the water, Ali Bakali, Reese Myerscott and Arsenio Diaz. Javi, there we go. All right, 2.5 minutes, and all of the athletes are definitely in position already. So they are waiting to see what is going to be coming their way. Already, Ali Bakali in the driving seat and has quite a comfortable lead because both of the athletes, Reese needs a 5.15, excuse me, and Arsenio needs a 6.77. So both of these guys need quite a big score if they want to get past a local Moroccan athlete who has thrown down 2 solid heats and already has the highest scoring wave of this one. And there you can see how far that tide has started to go out. And waiting for the action to happen back there on the water as we continue on. And it does look like I can see a little bit of a bump happening there to the left. Are we going to be seeing one more set? I hope so. Because let's see who is going to be continuing on and making their way through to rounds number 4 and number 5. Front and center on your screen. Watch out the Canadian, Reese Myerscott. Okay, off the top, first turn. Keeping himself to the white water. Here we can see, timing it. Yes, very nice timing, power. Now he's going to have to get through that section as this wave is opened up nicely. Big J-Bay style turns here all the way down. Yet another powerful move. This is looking like a very nice ride here for Reese. Oh, I'm liking what I'm seeing. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Wave has opened up, and it is starting to open up on the bottom section here of the competition area. A little bit of a foam climb there. Can he get a straight face vertical turn? This is where we've been seeing some of the air maneuvers from the athletes, and this ride has really made it up for Reese. Yes, he is. He is starting to gain speed. I reckon we are going to see an air maneuver. Here it comes off the top. Can he get it round? Oh, just losing the board there. But a very long, nice, and powerful ride. J-Bay style, looking like South Africa out there, all the way from the back. What a way to end off a heat as we close it off with the final 10 seconds. And there you can see on the wave, that is Arsenio Diaz. And the final seconds of this heat, there it is. That's it. And we are just waiting for confirmation scores to go in, because I think that Reese has done just enough. Yes, it is. It is official. Reese Myerscott in first position with that 6.30. Ali Bakani with a 10.67 total. And Arsenio Diaz there in third position. And let's have a little look at the action here with our highlights. Wow, some of the action out there. Some of the best waves of the heats. And that man, Reese Myerscott, coming off with the win. What a good way to start off his debut here at this competition. And let's get down there to the beach, because I can see our beach reporter, Liam Dredge, has. How is that boy feeling?
Your first time here, yeah?
Mine?
Okay, I'm down here with Reese, who's just come off from a win. Reese, you're on the water now. How does it feel to be out here in Morocco?
It feels good, yeah. The wind went super offshore in that heat, actually. The whole day it was kind of more coming from the hotel, like more side on, side off, and now it's like super offshore. So
yeah, and a little bit gusty by the looks of things.
Gusty.
You left it late a little bit there. Good score to start with, and you hovered around second place, and then right on that last one, you managed to get the score that you needed. You're through to the next round.
Nice.
Looking forward to it?
Oh yeah. I was stoked on that little buzzer beater action, but it's been a set every 15 minutes or so, so I was hoping one of those sets would come in through at the end.
Well, the set came through for you. You got the score that you needed. You're through. We look forward to seeing you in action again. For now, rest up, take it easy, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks. See ya.
Okay, Joe, we're back to you for the rest of the heat that's on the water now.
Thank you very much, boys. I love that word, the old buzzer beater. That is a catchphrase if I have ever heard one, and talk about on the buzzer. Reese Myerscott taking the win there. Great surfing there from him, but he has been on this podium a few times. Now out on the water, we have Clément Rosselló from France, Kiko Royce Torres from Spain, El Anguila, and Matthew Lopez, Mr. Tropical himself. Let's have a look how these boys are doing, because at the moment it is quite even playing fields, as we are just waiting for some of the first scores to be dropped, as they have already had a couple of waves each. And look at that, we have lines stacked across the horizon. Okay, so that's official, everybody. That is going to be the end of the day, as the light is getting low, and we do not want to miss any little details of our athletes out there. What a first day it has been here for the GK Kite-Surf World Cup in Dakhla, Morocco, and we can see here some of the beautiful highlights of the best waves of the day. We will be seeing you bright and early tomorrow with more action here of round 3 of the competition. And on behalf of the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour, we will see you tomorrow.
thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight, to flying passengers to hundreds of destinations around the globe. We launched our first premium terminal dedicated to first and business class passengers and opened the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport. In 2017, we broke the record for the longest commercial flight with 9,032 miles flown, and delivered unforgettable experiences to our passengers on board and on the ground, reuniting millions of families during the pandemic. You're the reason we go above and beyond, and you've helped us become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.